What's going on, everyone, and welcome to GLL Masters Summer America's Grand Finals. I'm Golden Boy. You got Bravo there. We're actually pretty close to one another. He's like in Jersey. I'm in Brooklyn. How you doing today? We hope you're feeling well. We hope you're happy, healthy, clean, wash your hands, all that good stuff. Bravo, how you doing today, man?
Dude, I'm doing great. I'm great. We have the whole production team all the way in Stockholm. We wish we could join them, but of course, right now, all of us here working from home and the players from home as well. But dude, I'm so excited. Anyone who's caught these weeklies for GLL and knows just how great the action's been. You have, with very few exceptions, all of the top talent in North America here, and they're going to duke it out in what GB, you and I have been talking about is going to be the most grueling set of games in a Tier 1 Apex tournament we've seen yet.
Yeah, because we had a taste of something like that in Poland, if you guys recall, right? What was it that you and that you did? You and
we went 12
right?
games.
You guys did 12
yeah,
games.
We went 12 games. Yeah.
So 12 games in Poland, but this time around it's going to be 16 games. The good news is though, it is going to be spread across 2 days. So it's 8 games per day. We already saw it in the EMEA region, EMEA or EMEA, everyone says it in a different way. We already saw it over there, some big matches. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But first, let's jump into how this whole thing broke down. We started off with league play, and then we were treated to a pretty epic last chance qualifier that now has led us to this point right here. Grand finals for days 1 and 2. Matches 1 through 8 will take place today, and will give us a little bit of an amuse-bouche, right? Amuse-bouche, if you will. I don't know if I'm saying that right.
I think that's the term. I
think that might be the term. It's an appetizer before we get to tomorrow when we crown ourselves a champion.
Yeah, absolutely. And, just like you said, we're going to have a grueling set of games today. It's 8 total. And just, you've likely caught the games in EMEA earlier. We hope you did because there were some amazing games. Absolutely watch the VOD if you didn't see the games in Europe earlier today. But we're going to have the same format here in the Americas. 4 games on World's Edge, and then, of course, another 4 on Kings Canyon. And then we'll repeat that tomorrow for a full gauntlet of Apex action for these 20 teams.
Yep, and these players are going to be playing for a sizable amount of money, $100,000 total prize pool. And for EMEA and Americas, the first place will be walking away with $15,000. You can all see how the point system is going to work there. Points, as we've seen in the EMEA matches, really do matter, like placement points, but also picking up the juicy KPs that happen to be scattering around, especially toward the end game. We'll dive into that in a little bit. Don't worry about the Alpha Division stuff because that doesn't matter. All that matters now is that we are here in the grand finals, and it is all the marbles that are, in fact, on the line, Bravo. And, you talked about some of the teams that we're going to see today. We discussed the teams that we saw just a little while ago. Some real crazy results coming out of EMEA that was just awesome to watch. I mean, Alliance popping off, North having big games. It was overall a very, very entertaining set of games.
Yeah, some surprises too, right? I mean, if you were looking at consistency, you would have been betting on a team like Gambit, but you might have saw Artico taking to Twitter right after the game saying it was his unluckiest day of Apex ever. So it's, it comes down to no matter how consistent you've been over league play, or maybe you had a great LCQ, it's going to come down to 16 games, which still sounds crazy to say, of consistency here in our grand finals.
I just like you just keep going back to the 16 games. I think it's like
a lot of games, man.
You've done 12, man. Well, you've done almost 12, right? I think you did 8.
No, we got we got relieved at one point because it was so many games straight. But I think the players are excited. One thing we got to talk about the format, GB, is most players, and especially in a battle royale, the more games the better. The more confident your team is in your ability, you want more games. So even though we kind of have been just joking about just how many games this is, I think this is a great format, especially for players. They're going to be really excited to know, and you saw it in chat as well during EMEA. There's not much doubt that when you come away from 2 sets of 8 games across a weekend, that the best team won.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's no argument. Whatever battle royale I end up casting, the one complaint that every player always has is, I wish we had more games. Well, you got way more than what you asked for here, people, because we have 16 games spread across 2 days, 8 games. It's going to be bananas. Now let's talk about the teams that we're going to be watching here today. Lots of heavy hitters across the board, and I am personally excited to watch my favorite team in Apex, TSM. Yes, that's right, chat. I just went right for it. Judge me later. But TSM, they are one of the best teams in the game. I think some may argue they are the best team in the game, right? Is that safe to say, Bravo, or am I causing controversy here?
No, I think some certainly may argue, and I think you're going to see a lot TSM in the chat as well. But you know, one thing they're certainly coming in here with the #1 spot right now on the GLL leaderboards. But keep in mind, 10 of these teams did come from league play, and then the next 10 did come from, as you mentioned, that LCQ. So we're going to be keeping an eye throughout the day on just where these teams kind of net out after these first few games. Are we seeing our more consistent teams from league play? Are they emerging ahead, or are we going to see the LCQ teams really put up a fight? And as you saw in EMEA, it's anyone's tournament here. There's so much time, there's so many games to play, and these teams just need to take it one game at a time. And in the end, consistency will prevail. That's absolutely what we saw in EMEA as well.
Yeah, and I think if you don't put too much stock into results that come out of the first game, you'll actually end up being all right, like mentally. And I agree with you. I am looking at these LCQ teams to see how they step up. There were a few real shining lights in the LCQ, like Team Superior, as well as a Solafide that really impressed consistently throughout. So I'm curious to see how they're going to perform, but also though how the upper echelon of the Americas for Apex is going to perform here, because yes, everyone is looking at TSM to see what they're capable of doing. They have been a fixture in the pro tier of Apex for such a long time, but there's also, you know, teams like Rogue that can really shock you, or even Sentinels as well. Like, who knows like what could happen here? And between the amount of games that we have, there truly is a wide open field. And then we're also going to be starting with World's Edge, which is, you know, a big talking point, because it's also going to dictate what kind of compositions we see. We've seen a lot of players jumping from different compositions. In my research, and, you know, as I've been, because in case you guys don't know, I haven't casted Apex in what feels like almost like 5 months now. I was looking at like what these compositions were, and I was really pleasantly surprised to see like Revenant and Crypto coming into the fold here. It's quite nice to see. And as a former Overwatch caster, I love dive metas. I love like when you actually get very aggressive and jump on your opponent and try and, you know, pick up as many kills as you can. So we're seeing like a lot of different compositions lately, even Bloodhound coming into play.
Absolutely. I mean, anyone who caught, you know, whether you're watching the Esports Arena weeklies, whether you're watching the GLL weeklies here, or even the ALGS Super Regionals, there's no doubt that the meta has shaken out a bit since the patch about 6 weeks ago, a little bit less. But we're still seeing, like you said, really good kind of remains. When things shook out, we're still seeing a few teams. In EMEA, we only saw 2 teams running Crypto Revenant. You know, of course, you're still seeing TSM run it. And you are seeing a little bit of Bloodhound, of course, most notably Complexity in North America, but we also saw a little bit of Bloodhound in EMEA as well. And we're still seeing a healthy amount of Caustic, you know, anywhere between maybe 2 to 4 in a lobby. So while we're not seeing things as crazy as they were, if you guys remember, for the first week of the GLL scrims, as well as even the first GLL matches, and then that same week, the Esports Arena weeklies, there were lobbies where you saw 14 different comps in a lobby. Obviously, that was unheard of for Apex, but now that things have kind of shaken out a bit, it's still very interesting. And so interesting in that, I mean, there's a lot of discussion about even which comp Rogue is going to bring into this tournament. So it's exciting to see that there are still a lot of options, and even more options for the way that teams can play.
Yeah, that was always the one pain point that I've seen in competitive Apex, everyone kind of defaulting to one thing, especially when Watson was released. Now, though, you're starting to see a lot of, or not a lot of, right? Wraith is still very prominent in pretty much every single composition. It's like a necessity to have a Wraith in your comps, but it's nice to see, though, that at least a little bit of variety is starting to come into the fold here. That said, though, Bravo, where do you see, I guess, a lot of these LCQ teams kind of, like, can you see these squads like actually taking the surprising start here and maybe getting a little aggro early on, just to kind of test the waters a little bit against these upper echelon teams?
Certainly. I mean, the 2 teams you had mentioned were Team Superior and Solafide. I think another team we have to mention, of course, is HRN, because HRN was actually tied with Solafide for second on points coming out of that LCQ. Another one is going to be, they're now playing under Wraith 1 Tricks, but it's going to be Teen, Sorcerer, and Xenial. Another team we got to watch out. Even, you know, a lot of fan favorites too. Matt Pickett and his crew is in there. You got Tech, who's running Crypto. In short, I do agree with you that I think it's really the top 4, and that was even the top 5. That was clear on points, that are going to be fighting for the top spots. But if you look at even the bottom of the LCQ teams, GB, they're teams that we've seen week in, week out in ALGS play. So I do think we have a great lobby here. I think the format, another LCQ to kind of bring your 11th through 30th teams to kind of bring those in, excuse me, to bring your 20th through 30th teams kind of together, has been great. And it's going to be an amazing set of games this evening, just like we saw in EMEA.
Yeah, so we're waiting for the lobby to get started up here. And once it's ready to go, we're going to jump right into the matches. We know that all you guys are excited to get into the games. I know that I'm looking forward to them. Great matches that we're going to be treated to. EMEA brought us a lot of just crazy results across the board. And I totally expect the same thing to happen here in the Americas as well, as players look to jockey for position early on, establish themselves as the best in the lobby, and really set that tone for the next day. Because you have to think, right? Like, this is also a different kind of competition, Bravo. Like a grand final split between 2 different days, and you never know what form you're going to show up in the second day. You're like, they always say the term in football, right? Any given Sunday. Well, now, you got any given Saturday, any given Sunday. You have no idea what could end up happening. Like, North, right? They had great showings, were super consistent. Maybe they end up struggling going into Saturday or Sunday, excuse me. It could be the same thing here. Perhaps TSM has a little bit of a slow start, goes into the next day hot as ever, but will it be enough? And those are going to be a lot of the parts that weigh on these players, Bravo, because you have this separation between these 2 days. You never know what you're going to get.
Yeah, and absolutely. And it's 2 sides of the same coin, right? On the one hand, if you give the North example, North and Alliance need to show up tomorrow for EMEA, and the teams that played well today will need to do the same. But at the same time, teams are not necessarily used to having this many games where they can still turn it around. If you think of something like an ALGS format prior to just this last one, Super Regional number 3, those were only 5-game finals. So teams were used to, after 3 or 4 games, the results were getting close to being set in stone. So this is kind of a little bit more of an endurance test. And I think the best teams will be the ones that remember that when you're on game 6 tonight, you still have so many more games to go. You got 10 more games to go throughout this whole tournament. So it is really a battle of keeping a cool head, making sure that you're keeping composure from game to game. And you and I noticed that right now we got a baseline from EMEA that the target is about 10 points on average. If you can get about 10 points on average throughout the games today, you'll be in a pretty good place. We saw, I believe, going into, say, game number 8, North was just hitting something like 82 and starting to pull away. So look for teams to kind of have that number in the back of their mind for sure.
Yeah, and it could very well end up being the case that America's plays completely different, right? Like that happens. Sometimes, like the point generation from one region to another, even though these players are very familiar with one another and they've competed at a high level for such a long time, you never know, right? Someone could just tear away from this quickly out of the gate. And also, who's really going to be able to put together more than one win? That was another big point that Gaskin and Onset were talking about. I think it was Alliance. They had 3 wins, I want to say, EMEA, which is 8 games, 3 wins with a lobby like that. That's crazy. Can you imagine if TSM or Rogue or NRG are able to do the same thing?
And I think, to be honest, we might see that. What's interesting is we didn't actually see a consistent winner across the first 4, and then Alliance actually wins 2 out of the last 4. So there's no doubt the teams in North America, in the Americas, can do the same thing. We're just hearing now from admins that the lobby is full and getting ready for the game to start. So we're just as anxious as you guys are to get into the gameplay. Don't worry, but we'll get into this game as soon as we can. But you're absolutely right, GB. I do think we could see teams get multiple games, but what's interesting too is that the number of wins on the board, when you're talking about this many games, it matters less. When you're looking at a 5 or a 6 game set, your wins automatically equal a certain number of points. But because you have to be so consistent across both placements and KP through this marathon, it's a little bit different. So even teams that are sitting, maybe they're not in the top 3 all day today, they're going to be a huge threat for the teams tomorrow as well.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. It has been a long journey for these players, though, to get up to this point. With so much going on in competitive Apex right now, the Super Regionals, GLL, there's always something that will be exciting for people to watch. And I know that everyone wants to jump into the action. So as soon as the lobby is good to go, we are going to do just that. Now, I guess pointing a light, though, on the top teams here. And hey, might as well talk about TSM. Put a spotlight on them for a moment. Not like the spotlight hasn't been on them this entire time in Apex Esports, but what does TSM need to bring to the table here to establish the dominance that they have laid forward throughout all of league play? Because they came out, with 526 points, Bravo? That is nuts.
Oh, I mean, they've been on an absolute tear. If you've caught anything, especially if you even watch this week's Esports Arena Weekly, also just absolutely dominant in that performance as well. Some of the pushes that they were able to construct, most notably, you probably saw the clip that they did against Rogue. That was pretty wild. As we're finally now jumping into the gameplay here, starting off with TSM's Frag East drop that many fans will be familiar with.
All right, folks. Well, here we go. The first match of the Americas Finals is starting, and of course, you're kicking things off with TSM. They're going to get that nice fragment drop that they have gone for time and time again. They've kind of established this as like their stomping ground. You know, they're not really going to allow anyone to try and take control of this. And also talk about just a beautiful gift. They got yourself 2 blue armors there. That's awesome. What a way to start things off. TSM already in a great spot.
Yep, they're going to be feeling good, no doubt. But as we were saying, this is absolutely one of our teams to watch. In terms of what they need to do, though, GB, you asked me just before we got into the game what they need to do, and to be honest, I think they just need to keep playing their game. They are playing it's an aggro comp. They're playing a timing comp. You see a lot of talk on both Twitter as well as the competitive Apex subreddit. By the way, shout out to everyone joining us from the subreddit. There's a lot of great talk on there just about how this comp looks like it gives free pushes, it looks like it gives free kills, but there is a lot of coordination and timing that does go into this. So actually, there's a reason that you don't see more teams running it. A lot of teams are running it after the patch. Guess what? Very few are running it now. You're looking at 2 out of 20 max generally in a lobby. So we're going to look for them to play their game. But now jumping on board Matt Pickett here on Team Unknown, we saw a great performance from them in the LCQ, but already losing Crummy already.
Yeah, that is really going to hurt here. Pressure starting to come on in, and Gobble's going to be in a world of hurt, but does manage to be able to hold on with that Prowler. A couple nades going to be flying in, though. Gobble does have to just bounce out of this. Also, one at the front door is going to be Nocturnal, who has his eyes set with that massive, does get the crack off, but Nock is going to go down. Gobble pushes right outside with the Prowler, does manage to pick up a few kills. That is actually going to be Yo-Yo, who is going to be the one to help him out of that one. And this has been, even though things have kind of gone a little sour for them out of the beginning, losing stomps, they are still looking decently. Meanwhile, Team Liquid running with their tail tucked between their legs.
Absolutely. This is Casper. Take a look, just trying to stay alive here as the solo. We might, I'm not going to say it just yet, but we could see maybe a rat cam preview of Casper later. If he's unable to get his teammates back, we'll have to see what he could do as he's forced to rotate all the way out of tree towards thermal tunnel. And we'll have to see what he could do. But that's one thing I wanted to talk about, GB, but I'll interrupt myself because now we're all the way over to Lava City for some early game action as well.
Yeah, Dragon looking to hit that spicy longbow shot. Doesn't end up catching it. It's going to be taking some pressure, though, from the side. We'll default over to that bubble just to give him some added protection, and they're going to slow things down for the time being.
Yeah, Max Dog going to take a moment inside here. But that's what I was going to talk about, GB. You and I talked about it during some of the pregame, but just the fact that because we have 10 teams that came from League Play and 10 that did come from the LCQ, in these first few games, you will see a few teams, and often accidentally, dropping on each other or trying to claim these same spots. We're already seeing it at Tree as well as Lava City. So keep an eye on those 2 spots to see exactly where those teams shake out for those next few games. But we haven't talked about the circle yet. It's a due south pull. Still lots of areas this can pull. I don't think we saw a beacon on it just yet, but still a lot of areas this can go. Of course, you're already seeing teams, unsurprisingly, getting very comfy in the back of Dome, just in case things do pull towards, say, that North Dome choke, which we've seen so many times.
There was actually one team all the way out by Trials. I mean, they're going to be far, far out there. So they'll have, they won't really run into anyone for the time being. They should be okay. Still 20 squads left standing. We got a glimpse of who kind of suffered casualties early on, and so far it is Team Liquid that have felt the brunt of all of that, and there you can see it. So yeah, it's just Casper, the last player left alive here, the LMS for TL. And I don't know if it's going to work out too well for him. I mean, he's going to have to rat it out for a long time, Bravo.
And we'll have to see. Right there, you actually saw the New Brainers. And one thing to note is Mr. Hackula, we actually saw him running Caustic on Kings Canyon during the LCQ. So we'll have to see if they're one of those teams that will do a comp switch. Of course, that's going to depend on how the lobby's been playing. Also, kind of what their plan is going in. But we might see them pull a Caustic later on. But we also, of course, have now Shiny and Muffins back together. The brothers at last here, also playing now with Protectful. We've seen some great success for Shiny, but now taking a look here once again at TSM for just a moment. You saw a drone going up for reps, as well as the totem. Here goes the push.
Yeah, they're going to go and try and see if they dive right into this one. They have the Prowler all set up, looking to get in this one in the engagement. Will be sent back. Cal on the outside does a sizable amount of damage here. It's going to be all true shots that does a lot of damage. They get sent back, and they're just applying a healthy amount of pressure here onto these opponents.
Also seeing NRG and Solafide in the feed, so we'll keep an eye on that as well. But it looks like we might actually see a nope out from TSM. We'll see exactly what Hal has in mind here as he's going to rotate buildings as well. And there you go. Portal is set. They're going to take it, and a little bit of a fast rotate there from Hal to get out of that and also get a little bit better positioning here.
Yeah, that is really the mark of a quality team when you're able to just adjust on the fly like that. Now, the problem here is, though, is that they're actually going to be getting pressured over from the side. So they have to be very mindful of this, and it seems like it's going to be Max Dog. Does manage to get one down. Murdog does get down Hal. He's going to get down Reps as well. And, I mean, just they do all the work necessary, and I cannot believe what I'm seeing here, Bravo. It's just Abrelelli, the last one left alive. He's trying to hold this thing down and stay up. Does get the kill, but finally will get down, and TSM is out in game 1.
Just like that, my goodness. And you saw Hal when he set that TP, he would have, you're certain, you know, if you've watched enough TSM gameplay, you would have heard him say something like TP safe. They would, and you saw right away they took that TP. So very clear that TSM just unfortunately not aware that they were going into a building that, even if it wasn't occupied, was certainly about to be occupied. And that is not how you expect them to exit, or the stage that you expect them to exit. So keep in mind, with the format that we have, they've got plenty of time, but that is a very early exit for TSM.
Yeah, that is something that you normally wouldn't see. And I think, Bravo, you do make a good point. It's so early. I mean, it's literally game 1 of 16, and we're playing 8 today. But that still is going to be rather shocking. Now, one of the LCQ teams here is Ziploc Bags. This squad actually did manage to pick up the last win of the LCQ, so that's you see a little bit of pause there to any team that goes up against them. MVP, though, charging on in, and Gobble, even though he had a great showing in the LCQ, it ain't going to happen there for Gobble and company. Now, MVP on your screen. Madness is down. They do have his banner, so we'll be able to bring that back over to a beacon.
Yeah, Vaxilon does well there to bait and switch. You saw how low he was. You saw Pow fly right down, and even though they got pushed there by that third party, they're able to just slow it down for just a second. They're able to throw a barrel on the door and kind of reset here. Now Vaxilon on gold. So very nice stuff here from MVP, despite losing Madness early.
Yeah, they might actually be able to just get him back into this. It's just going to be very, very challenging for them to do so, given that they are currently going to be surrounded all around here. I think, though, given that they have the Caustic, no one should actually try and push this. Should have some little added protection.
Yeah, and they got plenty of time on this move as well. Oh my goodness, GB, do we already see the rat cam? And we are so lucky because I actually have a poem ready for you.
Wow.
We have to give a huge shout out to all of our casters we talked about. But I just do want to say, here's a rat cam from our beloved observers. We're praying today for some very good servers. This rat on our screen has taken the pledge to last to the end here on World's Edge. We send you our strength, little rat friend, that you may be sneaky enough to last till the end.
Wow. Wow. Unbelievable. Round of applause for Bravo.
Oh, my.
Wow.
You got
Bravo.
too kind.
Bravo, bravo.
Too kind. I appreciate that. Well, we got to give a huge shout out while we're here just to Onset and Gaskin have done an amazing job also covering EMEA today, but also all season long. And also Lawler and Matchroom with amazing coverage of our weekly play, and also Axel Toss and Onset jumping in for some of the Americas action as well. So we're very lucky to be here just because the schedules. It ended up that you and I are here together for the finals, but these guys have had, I would say, have had poetic delivery of the casting so far.
Truly have. Now, what hasn't been poetic is the fact that Madness came out of the dropship, and I would like to take things you don't want to see, Alex, for 500, because he got dropped as soon as he came out of the dropship. So that is unfortunate, but at least they brought their buddy back. That's nice. I think he gets back out of this. He does manage to do so by the skin of his teeth. Oh, yeah, you got to resuscitate him. Back to life you come, and here we go. All right, so they are going to have their teammate back. They have plenty of boxes here to loot and grab some gear, but it was a little bit of a struggle there for Madness. I'm not going to lie, Bravo, because he came out of that one and immediately got bodied.
He did. He's back in right now. As you can see, 3 teams eliminated 2 of our LCQ teams, Ziploc Bags and Max Dogs, and not one you expected to see. TSM already out. If you're just joining us, welcome to the GLL Masters Summer Grand Finals for the Americas as we take a look. And just like we said, that northern choke on Dome is where teams predicted. That's where they set up, and that's where we are likely headed. There's really 2 circles you can see here, GB. It is really one that is more to the west, that is actually on the rock arch choke that we've seen so many times. That is an uphill right in that very small choke. The other way is a little bit towards the east in the open ground instead. So teams are banking on a pull from one of those directions, but the teams that did get to the back of Dome early are going to be very happy with where they are right now.
Yeah, quite satisfied with that. These players, with the experience they have on this map and how many times, right, they've seen these pulls happen. There's just a lot of confidence across the board here. Granted, though, you never know where you're going to get out of this one, and the ring is going to start to close now. Now, here we got a team HRN. This is, I believe, another team from our LCQ that had came out with a, you know, they got no wins out of that, but they managed to do so with placement and some solid KPs. Now, look at this, though, actually. Action is going to start to begin as Moore is going to go down. It looks like, oh, no, that was Frex. Frexus goes down. Nathan's going to be inside of the bubble, working the Massive around here, though. He's getting pressured. He tries to back up. Going to be dangerously low on health. He needs his teammate Rocker to be there, and Rocker is there to help him out. And NRG managed to stay alive to fight another day. Oh, my word. While that's going on, Rogue is going to be taking a ton of damage. Snipe down as well as Sweet go down as well. It's just going to be left up to the last man standing here. Dropped.
Let's see what Dropped can do. That's actually an aim assist push that we saw against them, and it was well executed. You saw just how fast they actually went down, and Dropped is going to have to go here bottom tree trying to get away, see what he can do, but they're actually going ahead and get gentrifying up, and they're right now maybe going to chase that out. We'll have to see exactly what they have their mind on. With that zone pushing, they might just try to gatekeep on that edge.
Could very well succeed in doing this here, Bravo. It would be great for them. What a fight that was for Rogue, though. I mean, a very unfortunate set of events that have occurred. Nathan backs up all the way around. Oh boy, he's just getting tagged up. Players are starting to slowly whittle away here. Zeratricky's just staying alive. Using that med kit, bringing him back into giving him at least some kind of an option here. I don't really know. He's going to be ticked for a little bit of damage, but we'll have to put some priority on those pushes. Clarify, excuse me, all the way from downtown with that charge rifle does a lot of damage.
Take a look at NRG for a little bit of a moment to reset here, but as we know, and just how punishing these kind of the later moves into Dome are, as you see just around this open ground, like we said, going to be so difficult. We'll have to see if Nathan and crew are going to be able to get across here, as right now it's going to be actually 303 that's applying that pressure.
And they're just going to have to hightail it on out of there. Energy, though, still dealing with a ton of pressure. Nathan does go down. Finally, will be handled there, and that is going to be a Eureka and RKN that do the business and take them out. Off screen, by the way, our Rat Casper was actually eliminated and removed for match one. They had a pretty rough start, but they lasted longer than TSM, so credit to them.
Now taking a look here, once again, as we said, 303 already losing Senpai, but now trying to make this move, and just how difficult it is to make these moves into Dome. There's a reason. I would even say that when you talk about grabbing buildings early, Dome is even, you know, it's up there with the geysers as well as, you know, the lava cities and the areas where if you don't grab these early, you are going to be gatekept because there are going to be teams that are continuing to get less and less advantageous buildings, and that is what's going to be gatekeeping you out. But now looking here at Wraith 1 Tricks, as we said, Sorcerer, Xenial, as well as Teen, players that Apex fans will be very familiar with now. And as we said, they came in pretty strong off of that LCQ in 4th place.
303 still trying to apply a little bit more pressure to anyone that's going to be hanging out outside. So many squads remaining, but not a lot of real estate to fight over here. Fury's going to get pushed. It's actually going to be Teen pushing up here for Sauceroar, and they do manage to get one down. Now Sauceroar is going to be in a world of hurt, has to dip out of this, but Teen is going to be rather healthy. Goes right in with the R99. Does manage to get the crack there. Madness, though, from outside gets Sauceroar, and look at this MVP just swooping on in and taking all of that delicious KP, taking all the points for their own well-being here, and they'll get the next kill. Very well done. MVP's looking like they're in a great spot here, Bravo.
Look at that. Madness back from the dead. Now he's the kill leader. It's a great push. It's great timing on the third party as they take that out. But now also taking a look at Smile. Smile's a team we actually haven't talked about enough because they came in 6th through our league play, looking very strong, coming in with consistent play. But right now they're playing hard edge, and they need to try to make this push, and not a lot of room to do so. And they going to have to try to get up and through this choke if they want to get a little bit of time to reset if they want. But they're certainly not going to want to waste any time here, along with Smile.
Some shots with the triple take, looking to push anyone back. More damage you do with the Evo, the better. Haven't quite gotten that up to red yet. I'm sure you will like that instead. And gentrifying is going to be able to get out. Send that portal to the other way. There was a team on the opposite side of that wall, so they have to be very careful about this aim assist roster.
Absolutely. Bubble goes down early there, maybe just trying to make sure that they don't get beamed and they're able to time this push as they want. But it's a tough push because they're still getting shot from both angles. Like we said, that's 2 players down. I think we're going to see only one go down, and that's it. And you saw just how tough that was. They tried to bubble early just to make sure they could turn that corner. When they did, though, they still got beamed from that western side and really made that push so difficult. Here's Resulta from aim assist as well. And I don't think he's going to be able to make it out of this. No, that's going to be aim assist out as well, just like that, into our bottom 10.
And ISMP, who managed to pull out all of the kill points out of that one. 8 squads remaining, and just another swoop in. MVP on the high ground. I think they saw that fight take place. But there is going to be another team just right behind that rock. So they're just going to call that out, keep eyes on it just for the time being. Oh, is this another rat cam? Ah, it seems it is. It's just dropped. Wow. Well, you know what, Bravo? I actually have a poem as well. Should I save it or should I do it for the next?
I'd love to hear it. I'd love to hear it.
Okay, excellent. I'm very, very proud of this. Oh rat. Here you sat, but lo and behold, you about to get clapped. That's my poem.
Wow, man. I mean, short, but you're so right. Look at him now because it's actually dropped. There's actually, I mean, yeah. You can tell.
No way.
Audience, somehow they love it way more than mine, which I'm actually going to call BS on. I'm actually pretty upset about that. I'm going to have some conversations. But I do want to point out one thing that, of course, on that Rogue side, we were wondering where Rogue was, and it's because they had lost so many teammates earlier. We didn't get to see a lot of movement from them or aggression, but there was a lot of questions, as we said in the pregame, about what Rogue would be running, whether they were going to run a crypto rev. There was even talk of them running something as wild as a Bloodhound rev, as well as you see dropped will go down in the feed. That will be it for Rogue. And you know, if you look at the scoreboard in terms of TSM and Rogue, 2 of our top 3 teams already out here much earlier than they would have hoped.
A startling turn of events. One team we haven't really talked about is Sentinels. They're going to be missing 1 player. Solafide, huge shout out to them, as well as Free Smoke. Way to go. I mean, these guys, you know, a lot of these squads that are coming in from the LCQ managing to establish themselves early on here in game number 1. Well done across the board. We got ISMP now. Eye Shiny Muffins, Protectful. I think they may have gotten the sniff that someone could be over here. They know they're going to be on the prowl. The shots are going to go out, taking care of the pylon first and foremost. You know, putting that pressure on them. Protectful, he swoops in, eliminates Matt Pickett in a heartbeat.
They're able to catch him out there. And one thing I do want to point out on this is there's a lot of cover right now in terms of, you see the building that you have to the south, in terms of the actual mini dome that you have as well. There's a lot of cover. You're going to see teams like this. Here's Sentinels. We haven't seen them in a while right now as a squad of 2 hiding along some of that cover. So even though we're in quite a small area, in terms of dome end circles, sometimes you get them in the absolute wide open. Right now, though, as you can see, there's still a little bit of cover for these teams. They're going to be making their moves here. And of course, this team, we're going to have to find out exactly who is inside that interior structure, because for the moment, they certainly have the advantage in terms of timing when they want to engage. They're going to need to move a little bit after that, though, as we're taking a look to see what Sentinels could do here, Sunox and Crust together.
Yeah, they got a little double rat situation. They're hiding inside of the crevice of those rocks. Smart, though. Madness is going to bring his teammate over. And just what a run this has been for MVP. For real, losing Madness early, the Madness going down again because he was picked off from the dropship, and just being in a fighting position now. They're in a great spot. But as we have seen plenty times, Bravo, hey, just because you're looking good right now doesn't mean that you're actually going to be able to pull up the champion victory at the end of game 1.
Okay, so it's Free Smoke, by the way, who does have that interior. It's only going to be Free Salvo and Rambo together. But like you said, Matt is now with 6 kills. What a bounce back. And they're looking to play well into the late game here. Looking back at MVP once again. Some good shots, but already getting pushed right here.
Oh, man, they did not expect that one. But Madness and Vaxilon are going to be able to come out on top there, and they'll take out Sentinels, sending them packing into the next game. 5 squads remaining. They'll still hold this position down. Madness is being brought back up, and they will be able to continue the fight here. Here are the 5 squads left, and right now, MVP, ISMP, and Team Superior, one of our squads from the LCQ, they are going to have full rosters up and ready to fight.
And keep in mind, unknown, as you saw earlier, we did see Matt Pick get thirsted, so they are going to be a partial squad. Don't know if they have 1 or 2 up right now, but MVP, like you said, doing very well to hold off that Sentinels 2v3 edge push, making sure that they kept everything together, and they're causticing up here in a very non-traditional area, if you will, but right now using all the terrain that they have to make sure that they can cover this ground, and now just trying to do a little bit of poke damage to see if they can get that opening. Free Smoke, this is what I was worried about. I was wondering if Free Smoke has that corner of that interior, are they going to be able to play certain angles, maybe get a little bit of roof presence, but of course as a squad of 2 in this kind of zone, that's going to be very difficult. GB, they're going to play this interior, then try to, without their Wraith, try to get out of here, but man, would they ever love to have Klain here. So now they're going to try to make this move, taking big ticks. They're going to have to fly downstairs, and it was already gate kept.
Oh, it was. Freestyle does manage to win. And just look at this here, parkour. I love it. This right here, this is just next level rack cam. I like that.
That is the definition of chilling right there. Look at this. I mean, this, I got to say, this is the first time hanging out is the only way to put this here, as this is quite a setup. And I'm surprised. Like, here we go. As the Eds are going to pop up right away onto the rooftop. We'll see how they can play this, but now back on board with MVP still holding zone right here.
Oh, man, and they're going to just continue to go further inside of this. The play area has certainly minimized. They'll need to make their play eventually, but they'll allow everyone else to duke it out for the time being here. On the outside, Team Superior, oh, I mean, just a great start for this team, but MVP, they're going to jump on in, and it's Blackson, 2 squads left here. Blackson Madness as well. They managed to pull it off. MVP, pull off game 1, and in what dramatic fashion, given that they lost Madness, and the way that they played that so intelligently toward the end there, Bravo, waiting for their opportune moment to strike. A huge shout out to all the LCQ teams that really played hard in our first game, but the day belonged to MVP. Well done by them.
And that's when we talk about teams coming in with a cool head, that's how you do it. You saw exactly how they spent so much time at sorting, and what they wanted to be doing during their time at sorting was to be gatekeeping. All these teams that are heading south have to pass sorting in some capacity, and that's what they wanted to be doing. Instead, they were worrying about how to get Madness back into the game. Not only do they do that, but you saw that he was kill leader for quite some time as we take a look at some of the highlights from the game.
Yeah, ISMP were playing amazingly as well. TSM, this was a bit of a surprise for all of us here. Abreleli was the last one left alive, just trying to fend this one off, but eventually he will fall down. Did the best that they possibly could. They kind of got caught between a rock and a hard place there as well, Bravo, because they dipped out of that fight, used their portal, and then went right back into another, which I know that they were not expecting, but given the sheer amount of players that were hanging out around that dome lava fields area, there just weren't many options for them to move around, even in the early game.
Oh, certainly. It was punishing, as you saw, the teams that had to try to make any kind of late movements, as we said, into Dome, very difficult. And we did see some good stuff from several other teams, though. And I mean, MVP, like we said, back from the dead, the way that they were able to play and hold, this is what I was thinking, was holding that Dome shell as long as they could. And in the end, they're able to wrap around and make the exact timing push. They let Team Superior win their battle, then they go ahead and third party that for a pretty clean victory in the end.
Yeah, it was the ISMP that were the ones that fell down at the end of that fight there. And they didn't even get an opportunity to try and lick their wounds. They swooped right in and eliminated them, taking that game 1 victory. So very well done by MVP, and way to set the tone for the start here. That is a huge confidence booster, not having your teammate there, not being able to really follow the game plan that you set forth. But also, let's not forget, we got to give a huge shout out to his teammates, right? To Madness's teammates, Pop and Vaxlon, because they clutched up multiple times there to the point where they had a whole mess load of death boxes that they were able to pull away as much loot as they can get. And they managed to use that and ride that momentum into the end.
Yeah, and I personally can't wait to see the leaderboard, just because I'm curious how we saw how many kills Madness had mid-game, but I'm curious in terms of KP what we're going to see from the MVP side, because like you said, this really could start to pull them away in terms of getting a little bit of lead after just one single game.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So I believe we're going to go to a break. I think I heard that one right. Yes, we did. Okay, still, give me a little while here, guys. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to have game number 2 of the Masters Summer Grand Finals for the Americas. MVP takes game number 1. How will they do in game 2? How will TSM respond? Find out all that and more after this. What's going on, everyone, and welcome back to GLL Masters Summer for the Americas. It's the grand finals. I'm Golden Boy along with Bravo, and if you just missed game number one, where you missed, I should say, a crazy comeback from MVP. They were down a man, a vital player as it turned out. Madness popped off, and he was able to bring it back and help that team get to a first victory here to really set the tone for themselves, Bravo. And let's take a look at the leaderboard real fast. And Bravo, I'm just overall like so impressed by how MVP managed to pick themselves up by their bootstraps and win that game.
I mean, just look at the points on the board. 17 kills along with their 12 placement points for first. It's huge. If you take a look at who's even closest, I think we have a few teams tied at 5, NRG, as well as Aim Assist, and that's it. When you talk about starving the lobby of points, this is a great way to start for MVP. Of course, they have a long way to go, but they're going to be feeling very good. Another thing we got to talk about, GB, is they won that on a caustic, and if you look at exactly how that end circle was, if we talk about dome end circles, unless you're really ending in interior spaces, you know, the caustic, if you're just kind of placing a bet on paper, is not going to fare that well, but they played so well on the terrain that they had, on the cover that they had, and are able to close it out with a dominant 29-point victory.
Yeah, I think they played around the dome confidently. They knew that if anyone tried to challenge them around the corner, that they were going to be perfectly fine to try and hold off that attack. And just the way that they played the end there as well. I mean, that was just so great. They allowed ISMP to go in for the fight against Superior, and then they just swooped in. They waited for that opportune moment, and they struck when the going was perfect. So now we're going to jump into game number 2 here. Let's see how MVP managed to hold things together. Will they be able to replicate the same success that they had in the first game? Granted, it wasn't all, you know, peaches and rainbows for them, Bravo. It kind of started off a little dicey.
It absolutely did. And my first question was if they have Skyhook to themselves, and it's answered right away. Big shout out to the observing team for all the excellent observing we've seen, not just through the grand finals of EMEA and today so far in the Americas, but also just amazing work. I've seen it, of course, on Twitter, in chat, as well as the competitive Apex subreddit, just how much fans have enjoyed these games. As you take a look at the circle here, we're pulling due south again, and things are likely not headed straight to Dome, but you could see something like a Lava City. Take a look at the pings already from MVP. They're thinking Lava City South that you just saw, some things that could certainly be part of it. Lava City North is going to be viable. The hills that are just west of that cliff that's west of Lava City, something we could see as well as even on those tracks. So look for all of those. We'll keep an eye on exactly which beacons we get, which pings we get from teams as well.
Already starting with the prediction game, and we'll see, I mean, how that ends up coming out. But already out of the gate, Bravo, I mean, this is going to be quite the unfortunate situation here for Crummy, who ends up getting picked off there courtesy of Wraith One Tricks.
Yeah, take a look at this on Lava Fisher, one of the areas we talked about, and there it is, actually. Matt Pickett's team unknown, unlucky in their game number 2. Certainly a fan favorite. We saw lots of people in chat cheering him on through the LCQ, but Lava Fisher, if you talk about the real estate there, it's very wide open. You don't exactly have the kind of real estate that you have, like we just saw at a place like Skyhook. If two teams do see each other, it's very likely they will get in that engagement, as we do get a look at the beacon as well. So things pulling a little bit even further south. It's going to be still that Lava City South ping is still in it, and pretty much all of Dome, as well as kind of southeast sorting as well, as teams are going to still need to make their way down, and a few teams already comfortable once again back in Dome. But do note just how many teams are northwest. There's teams still coming from Trials, Fisher, Drill, Skyhook, and even Refinery movement. So there are going to be gatekeeping opportunities around Harvester and around sorting as things kind of get through the mid.
And remembering game 1, there was just that one team over at Trials, and then that was it. Everyone else was already making their way south toward like, you know, sorting and stuff. So it's clear that these teams are just looking to spread things out, get loot, get what they can, and then there's still so much time left for them to be able to make some moves here. But now we're going to be looking at Max Dog. This was I think the team that ran into TSM early on, and they managed to, I guess, shock us all in game number 1.
Absolutely. If you're just joining us here, welcome along to the GLL Masters Summer series here for Apex Legends. This is game number 2 for the Americas. Out of 16, that's right. We've got 8 tonight, as well as 8 tomorrow evening. And I saw in chat during EMEA, people were like, what on earth, 16 games or even 8 games? That's right, we got a marathon of Apex, and we hope you are getting comfy. Make yourself a bowl of popcorn. We hope you're enjoying the games tonight. We certainly have been enjoying the games all day in APAC as well as EMEA, and now 8 games here for the Americas to close out our evening. Take a look at the damage here coming out of Smile as well from No Name. As like we said, anyone who's trying to cross that middle, it's going to be tough, and I can't blame the teams that are trying to do it. Here's HRN, one of them actually, who gets trapped before they can even get to that choke there at the ridge, and they're trying to make these moves sooner rather than later.
Yeah, Smile's putting a lot of pressure there on HRN, not allowing them to be able to get up to that hill comfortably. And they ended up downing Urice there. So they had to reset, pick him back up. Some more shots, though, coming from behind. As Scurry's just going to, well, live up to the name. Scurry on out of there. That was actually good use of that one.
And this is what we expect to see. As soon as one team starts shooting from No Name into the ridge choke, and Smile pushes up and fills that spot, as they're going to now go down into Geyser through Underpass, actually, you're going to see teams that were still right around Fragment that are going to try to push that. So that's why we talk about teams wanting to be as efficient and quick as they can when they need to move this far due south again. And it's a little bit of a unlucky coin flip for the teams that do drop up north. Keep in mind the fact that we have more games, though, is going to take out just a little bit more of that RNG and kind of even out the playing board, eating out the play throughout all these games.
Pretty wild to think that we are going to get ourselves to near lava like Dome, right? Like we're going to get 2 of those in a row, which I think if you are MVP, you might be okay with it, oddly enough, but it also depends on just how you roll into that, right? Because
I don't know. Yeah,
what worked out for them was that they held down the dome, and the circle actually really benefited them because anyone tried to challenge around the corner, they had gas there to protect. But who knows? It may not be as fortunate for the next one.
Yeah, with that skyhook drop, I got to go back and watch the VOD, to be honest, because I got to see what kind of route they took and just how late they were getting into the dome. But we'll have to see exactly what they want to do in this game, and they're going to be crossing their fingers for maybe less of a trip in the future games as we take a look here. Like we said, teams still trying to make those long moves due south, and we'll keep an eye on exactly where teams are setting up down in Lava City building, which are going to go very quick along with the dome buildings. But here we are at that dome choke, a little bit of battle for Rogue.
Yeah, that's right. And speaking of, a little controller on controller action here, sniped down the controller player, but he's going up against aim assist. So a little irony there, certainly pretty funny. Is Gentrifying just trying to hold around this corner here. They're applying a lot of pressure, and they do manage to get him down. So this is not looking good here for Rogue. Really rough situation for them to be in. Sweet's going to be out of this one, courtesy of a down from Resulta, and Gentrifying is just going to continue to get aggressive. It just dropped once again by himself. And what is going on with Rogue? Because it has not been pretty for them.
Talk about deja vu all over again, and it's just going to be dropped on Revenant. Gentrifying is not giving up. He's going to be checking the corners. He finds them right away, even though I believe we're going to see Drop get that bat off. Resulta doesn't push, so Gentrifying actually is forced back. So really good answer back there from Drop. He's going to pop another bat, and he's got one more in his back pocket if he needs it. But really good job to hold this off. But like you said, it's not the start that Rogue wanted here. Keep in mind, they are third in the GLL weekly standings coming in, and I believe second overall in ALGS points. So right now, a little bit of a tough battle, but taking a look here at Sentinels as well in the vault.
Yeah, this is your second place team in points for GLL, and they have been struggling a lot. They managed to make it out, I think it was like top 10, I want to say, in the last game, so not the worst case scenario. But right now, though, Senox is going to be taking a lot of pressure, needs to just bail on out of there. Does he get out within the nick of time? Don't see anything in the feed popping up right at that moment. But geez, Louise, I mean, that was just insane, man. Like, all these teams are just getting pressured on.
By the way, you probably caught it in the feed, but that was, as we looked at that vault battle, that was MVP out. So after a 29-point victory and really starting to pull away from the pack just after one game, more than double any other team in the lobby, that is MVP out already. 2 other fan favorites, aim assist. Actually, 3 others. And Shiny Buffins, Protectful, and Matt Pickett's team unknown here, of course. He being alongside Phony and Crummy, all out already. So such a stacked lobby. It's you feel for the players when they do have these earlier exits than they'd wanted, but that is how things go. Now taking a look at Senix here as the solo.
Yeah, so Senox is going to need to just stay alive as long as he can. Maybe just go after those that last banner. If he can get it there from Cross. I mean, they're going to be holding on to this one. Nope, HRN is not allowing that. And I think Sen knew that. So he's just going to back on out of there, get his teammate. No real reason for him to just try and take that fight. They're just going to prevent them from getting inside of this. And that is just a smart play altogether. You don't want to have to worry about that one later. I was going to mention, though, Bravo, kind of heartbreaking to see, Shiny and Muffins and Protectful actually go out quickly. They finished in second in that last game. So
it's not. Yeah, let's not also forget. I mean, Shiny's coming off of that complexity win in ALGS #3 as well. Yeah. This really talented group, and especially one that I think everyone who's watching is expecting big things from. But like you said, early exit for them as well. Now we're looking at Lava City North. These are some of the buildings that go very fast, regardless of where things pull. This is kind of an opportunity to gatekeep Geyser. It's an opportunity to make sure that no teams are cutting across the tracks. You're going to have these rooftops that can really just shoot anyone who's in actually Lava City North across the tracks trying to make those moves. But it's actually going to be Max Dog and crew now with Beans going ahead and set that TP, but right away they run into some pressure from the North Dome and they have to retreat. That route is not going to be safe, and neither is the one that they turned back to between two teams here.
It's basically a matter of picking your own poison. Smile's going to be in front of them, but Petty Boss is going to go down. Mini having to back away from this one. Mini does manage to get the down, though, onto Beans. Mini taking a lot of shots from the right side, and he will go down, leaving just Scurry, the last man standing here, to hold this one down for his teammates as he's going to bail on out. I think he might be followed there. Yep, he was followed by the rival Watson. Goes right back into the portal, runs into a few more, and he's just playing a little bit of a hot potato game here, just looking to bail on out, get those banners if he can, help his teammates out. But boy, oh boy, that is just not the start, not the way that they had seen that one going when they used that first portal to try and bail out of there.
You get saved by the NRG third party. If you were looking at that kill feed, I think he knew it when he ported that there was more than one team there based on just how crazy it was. You could tell that there wasn't just one team trying to kill a solo. There was a lot more chaos instead. So he's actually able to get away thanks to that NRG third party, and he'll try to see what he can squeeze out here. But right now, still 16 squads left, and all these teams, like we said, in Lava City North are going to have to make that move. And now that we did see NRG win that one out, as they're still trying to find out exactly where that solo might have gone, now that they've cleared this out, for the most part, they're going to have a little bit of an easier route into this dome. But getting past this dome into Lava City proper, that's going to be the harder move, GB.
It's going to be quite challenging for them. We'll see how they manage to overcome this one. Now you have a TPH. Also going to be dealing with a fair amount of shots there. I haven't really talked much about this squad, but they should be all right. In this particular engagement, Pandas is going to swoop on in. Does manage to lay down a few shots there with the EVA, but has to just phase on out of there because he was taking a whole heap load of pressure. On the outside, it's going to be Wraith One Tricks actually in this fight alongside them.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this plays out. Right now, they have a pretty good push. I'm not sure if Tech got the EMP. I didn't catch that, but right now, Wraith One Tricks actually able to hold this height through that, and they're able to get those first two knocks, and we'll see exactly how the rest of this plays out. But take a look at Wraith One Tricks, how solid they were on the hold, and it's Tech that's kicked all the way back to sorting. One thing that caught me off guard that we actually saw the Watson only holding low. Typically, if you can, you want to Watson that height on that trailer just because it prevents teams from doing that, from getting on your height. But in the end, actually, we didn't see TPH able to push it off, and instead Wraith One Tricks holds. They hold very well, and now it's just Tech, the crypto, who's going to have to figure out how to move from here. But now checking out 303 over here at Lava City.
Yep, Senpai dealing with a fair amount of pressure here, and it seems like this has just been a bit of a scramble for 303. It's NRG that's going to be in the combat action currently. Frex does manage to take one down, and that is going to give them some breathing room. They will bring Nathan right back into a fighting position, and they will send 303 packing.
Also, some players from Ziploc bags that were in that engagement as well. It got really messy, but like we said, these Lava City buildings are going to be the hot spot. But as you can see, things have pulled even further southwest. So all the teams that were posted up here are trying to figure out how they want to make their rotation. It's going to be very difficult. Flanker doing a little bit of damage there. Charge rifle all the way into Lava City once again. Now, it's really a question of which team is going to be the first to rotate out of these buildings, and how do they avoid getting absolutely beamed by every other team that has the same idea.
Yeah, well, that is going to be the great question that will be answered within a few seconds here. And I'm sure all these players are thinking about it. So some will probably have that Wraith portal, maybe give them an opportunity to bail out of there safely. In the instance of Team Liquid, they're just going to get on out of that one. And we have
who do we have here?
We have is this another rat? it
It
seems.
certainly looks like a solo. We'll have to see exactly who it is. Yes, it's going to be your good friend Scurry, who we are now checking back in with, who somehow, thanks to NRG, lived in that Lava City North battle and is now just fighting alone here, one of our 14 squads left.
Oh, Scurry. Now, I only really, I'm not like the best poet, you know, but eventually I was told I do have their comms available to me. Only me, by the way. But
Really?
we'll jump to that later on. Trust me.
That's intriguing.
We'll save it. Yeah, no, we'll save it for a rainy day. It's gonna be a long one, Bravo. Got a long way to go.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be an awesome night. As I said, I hope you guys are getting comfy and enjoying the games with us here at the GLL Masters Summer. We're taking a look at NRG's move, and it's right along the edge. They've got a givey, so they might be comfortable if they ran into anyone in this open area, which typically is so punishing, but they're moving so late with the edge that they're not going to find anyone. One of the things on their mind is going to be that next choke that's just to their left here on the cave entrance, and instead they're going to find a team that's not only there, but it looks like also up the hill as well, which is definitely what they expected. They need to be careful here. Bubble does go down. Let's see if they can live through this.
Yeah, that is certainly going to hurt quite a bit there. But they do get into the bubble and will be able to give themselves a moment to breathe.
I think they found, if I'm not mistaken, I think they just found Senox on the other side of that rock, who was a solo, if I'm not mistaken from earlier. I don't think we would have seen anything different. So that ult that hits there, instead they're going to do a really nice job of making sure they just clean out that solo. And it looks like anyone who would have been in cave potentially could still rotate, or might have actually rotated all the way to the east. Based on what we're seeing, you'd think that they'd be getting pushed from the back. They aren't just yet, so they're going to have to focus on moving even further in towards the west.
Now, off screen, I was looking at the feed there. Team Liquid did manage to take out Free Smoke, but TSM swooped in for the third party, and they managed to take out Nocturnal and Flanker. I think they got the full elimination there and have sent Team Liquid packing. Yes, they have. So, wow, that just happened so fast off screen. TSM looking in a much better position than what they were in that first game, Bravo, because they had an early exit that no one saw coming.
Absolutely. And now TSM gets a little bit of redemption here at Dome. They didn't get to participate in the first one, but they're sure glad that they can participate here in the second one. It's a team we didn't see too much of the rotation coming from Frag East. Wouldn't have been the longest one in the game, that's for sure. Got down here early. They're also sitting on pretty good armor, and we might get a chance to see them running this push. Once, as we said, you're likely very familiar with this push if you've been watching any Apex since the last patch, but we'll see if they can pull off these timing pushes, and always great to see the coordination required in doing so. But also taking a look here at Noob Branners, one of our LCQ teams, like I said here, with Zera, Tricky, Mercy Only, and Mr. Hakulo. Actually, Mr. Hakulo, like we said, not running that caustic just yet. We might see that later today, but also trying to make their move.
Ah, yes. Another rat. And I do have some of the comms here, Bravo. Can't say. Oh, it's okay. We'll wait. We'll save it though. We'll save it for another time. I was told to just hold off.
Okay.
Quite excited to share this.
I got more poems for later today too. I hope you don't.
I'm glad you got more poems.
No.
So happy.
I mean, there has been a tradition established by the casters who have carried the torch so far, and we have to absolutely honor that. But here's TSM, a little bit of aggression. You saw the arc come out. They were going to need to be careful here because not only do they have pressure from the inside, but also, of course, from the outside as well. So right now, trying to get arcs in, and we'll see exactly how they play this, and if they decide to get a little bit of push going here.
They're actually going to have the abilities locked here, courtesy of Revenant, and Metro is going to go down. Solafide is going to be in a bit of a pickle inside of this building. Look at just all the nades coming in here now. They jump on in there. TSM, they take out Solafide. Goodbye. Try again for the next one.
And that was also, you might have seen in the feed, HRN also doing a little bit of the damage there as well. So TSM moving in very convincingly. A little bit of burning here. That Thermite does come in, so they're going to need to be careful now, all the way switching over here to NRG.
NRG cleaning up some kills inside of their bubble. Looking for potentially another target here. One located down toward the rock. Nathan and Rocker are going to be over to the side there, but no shots being able to put into support quite yet. Team, though, going to be a tad bit banged up. Will port out of there along with Saucer War.
Yeah, they're both going to hit that TP. Just
haven.
Reset a bit. Yeah, sorry about that. They're going to hit that TP reset just a bit, and you got to like that. But now we're actually seeing, for the first time in this game, maybe even the tournament due to their early exit, we're seeing some reps drone action, and we'll see you're going to go ahead and recall that. And yeah, we saw them to do some nutty stuff over the past few weeks with that, and now here is the totem down, and they're going to get ready to make this push, and we'll see what kind of damage they can do on the totem.
They're looking for the targets. They did find one on top of that dome there. They'll back away. No one's going to be out and about. Hal's going to be a little low. Does get a crack from the distance, and you have to imagine that's just the kind of value that you want to see. A lot of red damage being done. Hal does get sent back and will be able to port right back in to go and get back into the action once again. All the members of TSM don't quite get what they want out of this one. Frex is going to have to jump right over to that bubble, a little Indiana Jones style there, to get himself into a safe haven.
I don't know if he has enough time for this Phoenix with this shorter dome now. Let's see if that actually is going to go ahead and get off. It looks like maybe just in time, but still great damage coming out of Hal. That first 99 spray was the opener from distance, as you said, GB, but they got to move here with this edge.
Yeah, they have no choice, but they have to get right back in there. Hal's going to be a little banged up, but also Abreleli is going to be out of this one too. He's down and out pretty much. And TSM, they are getting focused on here. Caught on the outside, shot from the dome, shot from the right side, and TSM, you're out of here. They manage to come out at 6th place there. Now Gobble, he just is phasing to stay alive as long as he can, but I would imagine that they would keep eyes on him. No, they don't. So Gobble's just going to stay up. Oh, there it is. Final shot came in.
So much in the kill feed. 2 squads left just like that during all of that push. That's why we saw focus on TSM. However, so much happening in the feed here as we're just going to have Team Superior trying to set up and hold down, reset for just a moment so they can get ready for this final fight.
Big opportunity here for one of the top teams coming out of the LCQ, Team Superior. They managed to pick up 2 games at the end there. And on the other side, I'm trying to see who it is. It's actually going to be it's New Brainer. So both LCQ teams here to decide who wins game number 2, Bravo. That is huge for these guys. I mean, what a run that they've had in the LCQ, but it all comes down to this, the final moments.
I mean, look at Team Superior just waiting for this dome. They're going to start to light this up as soon as this goes down. Really only a matter of time. They're trying to get some nades down to push Team Superior back, but here's a little bit of damage. Would have loved a little bit more out of that 99, but Prodigy Aces, he's going to take it. He's going to go.
Yeah, he's going right for it. A full send. Does put some damage down, though. Busby gets it down there on McAloo, looking for another one as well. And Team Superior are the winners of game number 2. They've managed to pick up so many victories in the LCQ, and they're keeping that success going right here in the grand finals.
I mean, you even see a little bit of PK action. That's one of the reasons that I think Prod was so confident in that push. Gets that 99 spray, even though it wasn't a ton coming out of that. Pulls the Peacekeeper out of the back pocket, and they make that push look way too easy as well. I think once you saw the setup, once you saw how Superior reset, and you saw there was just a little bit of a reset attempt with a dome there and not much real estate aside from a single rock in the end for the other side. But it's a great job from Team Superior. Keep in mind, GB, they were second going into that game as we take a look at the highlights from game number 2.
Yeah, Superior are having a great GLL so far, whether it was the LCQ, I mean, maybe it didn't, the regular league play didn't pan out the way they necessarily wanted it to, but clearly this has been quite the final and a great statement being made by this team. Some fights early on. This was the Rogue fight, as a matter of fact, that I genuinely thought Rogue was going to be able to come out on top with that one. And then this was Sentinel's battle that took place earlier. NRG kind of got caught a little bit on the outside a few times, and it was one time too many, unfortunately, for them. Even though they did manage to win out a few of those fights, it just wasn't happening. And I think this was, this was the final moments here. Prodigy, he was so comfortable with this one. As you mentioned, Bravo had that Peacekeeper, so it was like, yeah, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and get this R99 out, put this damage down, and I'm going to charge this bad boy and finish this game in style. And Team Superior, what a run they have had so far. 2 games in, granted, still lots can happen, but if you are Superior, you are feeling very good at this moment.
Yeah, not only are they going to be feeling good, but also they're going to be like feeling pretty good points-wise too, just because you saw MVP exit earlier around that vault battle. So even though we did see about a 16-point lead, they're going to shrink that just a bit. MVP is still going to be sitting pretty, but Team Superior definitely closing that gap. MVP unable to kind of capitalize and continue that here as we now have 2 more games on World's Edge.
Oh boy, we have a lot more to come though, folks. This is the GLL Master Summer. My goodness, I just got to go ahead and say that 5 times fast. I'll nail it eventually. What a start so far, especially for a lot of these LCQ teams popping off early on. We'll see though if they can keep this momentum going, or will some of our upper echelon teams kind of slow their roll. Join us as we take a quick break. Game number 3 right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to GLL Masters Summer for the finals for the Americas. I'm Golden Boy along with Bravo. And games 1 and 2 brought us a lot of excitement. And while we're seeing a lot of not necessarily new names, but we're seeing results that we normally wouldn't expect, a lot of the top tier teams, it seems, especially coming into this competition, Bravo, that we're sitting in the top 4 out of league play, haven't quite found the footing that they were looking for early on. And one team in particular that really shocked me was Rogue. Rogue has been taking some weird fights and hasn't been paying off.
Yeah, and let's keep in mind, Rogue, as we said, there's questions about which comp that they've been running lately, which comp would they bring here. They've been playing Rev Crypto, and as you've seen, it has not paid off for them so far. They've actually found a lot of trouble. Now, keep in mind, they typically drop Mirage, so if you talk about the kind of the move from Mirage to Dome, it's not the most difficult on the map. So they've been getting caught out, and you have to wonder if it's a timing question on the routes or if it's more of a comp thing. Lots of games yet to play, but you have to wonder, are we going to see them change back to something that's more traditional? Keep in mind, anyone who's been watching a lot of competitive Apex knows just how deadly this team is. I mean, if we take a look at the wins that they have had recently, I mean, first in the second GLL Community Cup, but probably the most memorable recent one was second in their ALGS Super Regional as well. So this is a really talented team. They've got plenty of games to play. I wouldn't say that I'm worried, and I don't think Rogue fans should be worried, but their first 2 games, not the best showing for them.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no doubt in my mind that a team like Rogue can bounce back, especially after the results that they've had previously. It's just been quite awesome and refreshing to see these teams from LCQ, teams like Team Superior, for example. You're in that last chance qualifier and the pressure's on. You only had so many games to get up until this point. You know that the lobbies are going to be tough. The servers are going to be out of this world with the talent across the board, including for Team Superior. So for them to be able to have a strong showing in game 1, because I believe they ended game 1 in top 3, whether it was like second or third.
Second after game 1.
Yeah, and then to get a first place finish in game 2, that's pretty impressive for Team Superior, man.
Absolutely. And I want to point out a few things about Team Superior because, if you've been watching week in, week out, these guys are on your radar. But just in case they aren't, they had a big super regional finish recently. Another thing to note is that during the LCQ, not only did they place first, but they also won games on both maps, which is a characteristic of a few teams that are towards the top, which is pretty exciting. So we're going to keep a close eye on Team Superior.
Well, let's take a look at the scoreboard here and where we are currently. And as it stands right now, coming out of match 2, Team Superior, 22 points for them. I mean, wow, 10 kills for that. Wraith One Tricks as well, having a big game. And TSM kind of correcting the wrong from the first game where they were exited out rather early. This time around, finishing out third as far as points and placement goes.
Absolutely. Like we said, it's a big game for Superior. It's even bigger because we didn't know the KP that they had. The same can be said for Wraith One Tricks. I believe that finish that they just had in second will bring them into the top 3 overall as well. And like you said, that TSM finish should bring them into the top 5.
Yeah, they should be quite confident with that one. And here is the overall standings. And yes, Team Superior with their results from games 1 and game 2 will be sitting at first place right now. MVP exiting early in game 2. I'm sure they're going to want to try and right that wrong. So keep on the lookout for them. TSM jumping up quite a few places as they were on the second half of our grand finals leaderboard, now sitting in 5th place. And yeah, some other notable names that are going to be up there too. New Brainers, they're at 14 points total. They, I think, had a second place finish in game 2. Not bad for them by a long shot. We'll see how they'll be able to put together something for game 3 in a little bit.
And you're already seeing a really big gap in terms of kills already on the top of that leaderboard. But the even bigger gap to point out is just the fact that you have Superior and MVP at 35 and 30. And take a look, Wraith One Tricks, NRG, and Team Solo Mid, they might be in 3rd, 4th, 5th, but they're there with 21, 17, and 15 respectively. So Team Superior and MVP doing well to keep that gap going. This is a much bigger gap than we saw in EMEA after the first few games. It was much more common that we'd see everyone kind of inching with each other through as we got into things like game number 4. So it'll be interesting to see if that continues or if teams start to rally back. It's not an easy task, GB, for the likes of Superior and MVP to keep that gap going throughout the whole day. So it's a lot to ask of them, but they're certainly going to try to do it.
Yeah, they'll have to. I mean, you look at MVP losing out in game 2 the way that they did. Even then, though, their win on game 1 was so huge that it managed to keep them in the conversation within the top 3. Another performance like that and keeping themselves as consistent as they possibly can across these 16 games is going to be the most important part for MVP. Whether or not they're going to be able to do that, obviously, is yet to be seen, as there are a lot of sharks in the water waiting to strike, waiting for that opportunity. Game 3 is going to be starting up here in a little bit, Bravo. Do we expect to see this Team Superior team hold on to this momentum that they've managed to accrue? Because in Game 2 and Game 1, they finished top 2, right? That's pretty massive.
I do. I think, but based on kind of the recent accolades that I just mentioned, I think they're riding momentum in terms of their recent tournament finishes. I love the way that they're playing. As I said, they're winning games on both maps through the tournaments over the past few weeks, and I expect them to ride this pretty well. But I think one thing I want this team and all the teams to remember is, with the 16 game set, they don't have to stay in number 1, and they don't need to keep that in their mind. Really, they need to be just making sure they're hitting that average, whether they've set that at maybe somewhere between 9 and 12 points per game. They should stay hot throughout the day. But if their games, just to give an example, if their games number 4 through 6, 4 through 7 are more like 3rd and 4th places, as long as they're staying consistent, we could see some great stuff from them. But that's the scariest thing for your most veteran teams in this lobby. You know that the likes of TSM, even Rogue, who we haven't seen much of yet, you know that those teams are going to be ready to put up big performances at any point, either today or tomorrow.
Yeah, you got to keep on the lookout for them, because anything is possible when it comes to the top 4 from league play. Heck, even the top 5. And there are a lot of other players too that we've kind of glanced over. Team Liquid, for example, they've had a bit of a rocky start at the beginning. Perhaps they'll be able to also get themselves a momentum that they'll need with their drops, and we'll see also whether or not teams are going to change compositions too. I think you highlighted that quite a bit with Rogue, and maybe they'll hold on to the Revenant crypto composition, kind of like what TSM's been doing, or maybe they go back to what they were using previously, so that they would be a little bit more comfortable and also just focus on getting themselves some placement points and some KP.
And let's keep in mind, Rogue most recently was running a traditional comp. You might have seen in the esports arena weeklies, the clip that really made the rounds with the perfect crypto revenant push from TSM from low ground onto height at sorting. And you have to wonder, maybe Rogue needs to go back to something more traditional, because that was a game where they placed second. I believe that was a tournament where they placed 5th overall. So far better than they've done here. Right now, they're really middle of the pack. They're in 7th. However, the teams around them all are within 1 or 2 for like 6 or 7 placement points. So looking for big things definitely for Rogue here as we start things off with our number 1 team right now. It's Team Superior.
And Team Superior, let's see what they do. It is now time for match number 3 in the grand finals. Let's see if Superior will be able to continue the success that they have had. And as it currently stands, Bravo, I mean, there's no reason to doubt them, given that they've been able to, maybe it's because of where they're dropping as well, that they are able to rotate out early. Let's see if that actually pans out for them, because as it stands right now, they're just going to be making their way all the way to the domes here.
Yeah, it's a great point, because this Lava City drop, keep in mind, we didn't talk about this maybe enough during the break before this game number 3, but let's keep in mind that Team Superior does have this Lava City drop. As things have been pulling south towards Dome, that has given them absolutely a rotational advantage, but we're now getting a beacon very early as things are right here split between Train and Harvester. You're also going to have things like Springs End, as well as kind of Hot Springs still in that circle as well. Excuse me, Hot Springs, not Springs End. Hot Springs, High Ground, all still kind of within that area as well. So much more central. Our first 2 games, in terms of rotations for teams, were very similar. So the teams like Rogue that struggled, like we said, it could have been a little bit more rotation based, but we're going to see something different. And if we just think about Rogue with that Mirage drop, you could be sure that that's them there, and they're going to have a much different route into, and now they're going to have to worry about how do they want to play this, especially if they're still running Crypto Revenant.
Yeah,
and they aren't. Look at that. Look at the comp here. They are back to the standard comp after 2 games. I'm not surprised to see it, knowing Snipedown as well as we do. He's a man who loves to use things that work. Not Snipedown back on Watson. They're back to the standard comp. Here we are, a Mirage drop, a central zone that's so close to them already, and they already have the beacon. So definitely keep an eye on them through this game. Curious exactly how they'll play this, but also taking a look at Free Smoke.
Yeah, Free Smoke going to look to just dive in and take this next fight. There is going to be some players out and about here. They're on the hunt. Plane needs to be careful. Doesn't have a lot of the just a lot in the shield category, if you will, but I think he'll go ahead and be all right. waiting this one out, Sentinels. And already Sentinels kind of having to bail out, right? And taking pressure out of the gate is Crust, and Crust could be in a bit of a pickle in just a moment here. Bravo could actually get swooped on, so he'll need to get to his teammate so that they can fight this battle together if those players decide to push up. The dome's coming down, and they will be okay.
Yeah, Free Smoke is pushed into Harvester, but as you can see, quite a different space here as they're going to try to see what they can find around this area. But Sentinels is another team we got to talk about with a big disparity between the points they had coming in and where they are sitting now. Sentinels coming in second, behind TSM by quite a margin. However, 398 points over Rogue's 384 through league play. But right now, actually, they're in 13th with 7 points.
Crazy. If you would have told me that they would be in 13th at the start here, it just didn't really seem like it'd be a possibility. It just goes to show you, right, how many players have been putting in just hours upon hours to become the absolute best at this game. And oh no, Frex is going to have this. If you get through that, you're going to get shocked right in the booty. It ain't going to feel good.
I'm also looking at the feed. You might have seen that Metro actually gets the down and the thirst on Hal, so we'll keep an eye on that. Excuse me, on Hal. If we take a look at Aberlevy here through the totem, he's going to get sent back as well.
Aberlevy having to go over to this corner here, back over to Rep, still need to heal up. This is not the position that TSM thought that they would find themselves in. Shades of what we saw in game number 1. Things kind of all fell apart very quickly. NRG now back over to them. By Harvester, they're just going to back out. Play this one out slowly. Frex is going to be taking a decent amount of damage. We'll have to just bail. Nathan's not in a spot to be able to help out right now, but finally be able to pop off on that shield battery, and just some beautiful shots there with the scout. Flies in there with the EVA, gets the down. That's going to be 2. Oh my word. Nathan, you absolute monster. You thought you were safe. You thought you were safe, team. Ain't going to happen. Nathan does go down, but the damage has certainly been done.
Eventually, yeah, he goes down, but look at the confidence there and the timing perfectly executed on the shots from the scout. Like you said, also turns the corner, able to take down 2, but we are seeing at least 6 teams at Harvester based on the poll that we saw. Not surprising that things are converging on this area so early, as we see Solafide, one of the first teams that was in there, actually the first team to apply that pressure to TSM as well.
Pride backing up, going toward his teammates. At this point now, you're going to want to group up, play the angles, watch each other's back, rely on your Watson walls to give you some kind of protection. NRG, as far as shields goes, Bravo, I mean, Frex is he has to put a little bit more in with that Evo.
Yep. They're going to be happy here, though. They're able to grab the snake on this northwest side of Harvester, which, as you can see, they already have pings down on, and this is one of the areas that you will see go the fastest whenever things kind of converge in an area like this. They're going to be really happy that they can play snake for now, and actually it's going to be Hal who is brought back into the game. They actually go for the tree res, not surprising. That's going to give them a little bit more safety. They don't have to worry about a team to their very edge, and they can kind of push out through there and work again together. But as we said, a TSM team you can never count out. They bounce back in game number 2 and looking to perform again here in game number 3. They find a little bit of early resistance, and keep in mind that that was on a pretty normal path for them. The frag east through the central choke into Harvester. They just probably didn't expect to find all the teams that they did already there, but now they get a second chance here at a push.
Yeah, heads up from all those players to just get themselves into a position to try and fight that out. And then TSM, you know, I mean, it happens to the best of us, right? There are always going to be so many players just littered all around the sites that you may not necessarily think. I mean, even Liquid had suffered some casualties out of that one. They'll bring Flanker back in. There's a decent amount of gear for Flanker to jump right back into action.
Yep. Yeah, Mirage and equally safe res. If you think about Mirage and Tree right now in relation to this zone, pretty darn similar. Obviously, Mirage is, in terms of proximity, closer to this end zone and closer to Harvester overall, but pretty darn similar tactic in terms of going either, in the case of Mirage, going the furthest west for that res, or in the case of Tree, going the furthest south to get that. So we're going to see both of those teams have another shot at exactly how they might want to make the push, but undoubtedly teams making that very early Harvester call and trying to get any spots that they can here now, as TSM's going to have to fight through these tree buildings. And keep in mind, they've got quite a route as well. They need to go through a lot of open ground. If they don't want to go west, if they don't want to take a thermal route, to go west of sorting is going to be a difficult push here. Totem's down.
All right, well, they're going to go right in for the fight. Some players are going to be right on the right side here. Aberlevy, he's looking around, trying to see if he can locate any of these bodies that were think they were just going to be on top of the building here, which they do manage to locate. Sentinel's going to be taking a fight down low as well. Now, Prowler in hand. We'll have to back out of this one and just swoop on out. While that's going on, though, Hal does manage to get one down. That's going to be cross Sentinels. There's a TSM Sentinels fight going on right now. Feels like I'm casting Valorant. In any case, so it seems like this is something that is working out very nicely for TSM, as Peach is going to be the last man standing here, and he goes down. Hal manages to clutch up right at the nick of time, but TSM are out as they get third-partied, and they will not be able to fight for that end game. This has been a rough going here for one of the top teams in the Americas.
The heavy hitters going up against each other, and what a turnaround there from Hal. You got to see it. I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was Peach's point of view, but Hal with the turnaround to win that 1v1 in the end. However, like you said, third party comes flying right through. So our number 1 and number 2 ranked teams are out just like that. In game number 3, much early on, 2 of our first 3 squads to be eliminated. And you have to think in the end, that tree res not as safe as TSM maybe thought it was. My goodness.
Startling. Without a doubt. Now, Unknown will be taking a whole mess load of damage here. Matt Pickett, he's just unfortunately been cannon fodder so many times in these games. It has not worked out for him. Crummy needing to just get on out of dodge. Head on over to this truck and hope that no one actually goes in there and looks at third party this one. But Crummy will get the port out for... Oh, right as I was going to say, he was going to pour it over, but now he's giving his opponents a path over to him. They know exactly where he is, and Crummy just needs to bail, but they're going in for this fight. Crummy playing around the boxes. They're going to get pincered here. Murdog on the move. They have this one dead to rights. Shield is going to be cracked. More pressure as well coming from over on top of that ridge there. Crummy does go down, and that was actually going to be courtesy of 303, so they will end that run there for Unknown.
Yeah, really rough, as you said, starts here for Unknown. They're all the way down in 15th with just 5 points on the board, so they're going to need to look to games 4 and later to really put some big points on the board here. Taking a look at Max Dog, as they're going to hold this area just north of Central Choke, just outside the tunnel exit.
Max Dog, by the way. Come on, you're from Jersey.
Oh, you're never going to get me to say it like that.
Never going to get you? Wow. That's crazy, bro. Thought I knew you all these years. Traveling the world together. Can get you to say dog.
I'm not saying it, dude. Take a look at Aim Assist, though. Taking the Trax route. Aim Assist, a team that we are certainly looking forward to see big things from, just because of the way that they've been playing as well. Keep in mind, first place in the ALGS Super Regional number 2. They won with 82 points over the next closest 49. Might be the most dominant Tier 1 tournament win we've seen in competitive Apex, not just ALGS play as well. They got 4th in the last Super Regional, and they're coming in here with the 10th spot from League play is Aim Assist. But right now on the board, they're on 11th place as we go back over to Max Dog.
Yeah, man. There you go. But it just also goes to show you, Bravo, that any of these teams at any point in time, right, they could just go off. They could have themselves an incredible performance. As we've seen in games 1 and 2 so far, we've been treated to the likes of MVP and Superior having just some stand-up games. It could, and now with TSM and Sentinels out, it's really just, it's all up there. I mean, who knows at this point?
Absolutely. And one thing I want to point out is just how much time these teams are spending here on this side to the east of the train tunnel exit, because when you have a circle like this, you're kind of making calls on whether or not things are going to go, first of all, whether or not they're going to pull east or west of the tunnel. Second of all, how you're going to make that tunnel route. As you can see, that pull is already coming in to send this towards Mine Pass, right? That's Train Yard Tunnel, the Train Yard Southern Tunnel, Mine Pass South is where things are headed. So this is one of the hardest routes. Just take a look at how much cliff face there is. This is in Apex Legends, the single biggest cliff face that you're seeing them on the opposite side of, that they have to choose to make a route between, and they're essentially trying to win all the battles they can before having to make the move through the tunnel to join the fight at Train Yard South into Mine Pass.
Yeah, a lot of decisions would have to be made here for Max Dog. We'll have the safety of the tunnel. Aim Assist knows exactly where they're going to be. Saw that port go out, and now the port's still going to be up and available to them. If they actually do pop up from behind, but I do not really foresee that one happening. That would kind of be a death sentence, given that port might actually go away. There goes the Gibraltar ult, just putting some pressure down. Senpai does get a crack out in the distance. Off screen, by the way, Pow Pow and Madness take out, I believe that is going to be HRN or some members of HRN. While this fight continues on, I mean, they've been at this war for what seems like ever. I mean, it feels like I'm watching a Titanfall game here at this point with the way things are. There's been a full-on battle the entire time. No one really giving any quarter.
I mean, this is an age-old battle, as old as World's Edge itself. You know just how difficult, whether you've been watching or playing, you know just how difficult this move is through the tunnel. You know that teams are going to hold along these pills. They're going to have a lot of ways to kind of defense up, and they're going to gatekeep as long as they can because they know just how limited your options are. As we said, train tunnel at this stage of the game going to be your only option.
They'll have to get on out of there if they want to. Beans is going to go in. He actually has the massive lined up, does a sizable amount of damage, but will go down. Where's his teammates, though? Murddog from the flank does get a crack there onto the armor. Will manage to not get anyone down, though. And here goes Wreck and Shoot. Oh, and he manages to actually get it instead. And he will keep Max Dog in this battle, at least for the time being. But they are beaten up, Rob. They use so many resources in that fight.
I mean, yeah, Rakinishu stepping up. Like you said, this is a daunting battle. It's awesome for us to kick back, relax, and watch those tunnel battles, but my God, is that ever a stressful fight? As I said, whether you watch or play, you know exactly how difficult that push is. In the end, they're able to make that. They're going to get each other up. But as we said, we're now all the way back over to the Harvester side, and we're still going to see NRG holding the snake. Unsurprisingly, this is where they want to be. They're going to continue to try to get some poke and gatekeep damage if they can, as we have 13 squads left in the game as things continue to pull west a little bit closer to the Mine Pass entrance itself.
Crisis is going to take some damage, but he'll deal some damage in turn. Have to bail out again. That's Solafide that's in this fight now. One player on the outside. Pride does deal some damage there, but just like what we saw with NRG, they're just going to have to hightail it out of there to the safety. That other team, though, is not going to let them breathe and not let them get their resources, pop those shield batteries and health.
Yeah, Pride hits the queue just in time there as well. Good time, and they're able to, like you said, just reset. NRG still here and making sure that they're going to try to be able to hold this. Rocker also gets out of dodge just in time as well.
Yikes, that actually could have been really bad and might give Solafide an opportunity to push in, which they do so. The bubble is going to go down, and I think they know, and they smell blood in the water. Metro now will have their bubble, and that bubble actually is going to be great because the rival bubble will go down first. Nades are going to be flying in, though. They'll be able to play around this coverage now. Tucked inside of this doorway. They managed to get one down. Metro and Pride are going to do some work there. Metro with the cleanup along with that scout. And NRG, they will go down. But all that is going on, there actually is going to be another team that jumps in here, and it's going to be Shiny, Muffins, and Protectful that will jump into the fight and third party this one as well.
You can tell just how much confusion there was there as two players for a second, not even engaging whatsoever now. And like you said,
they're like, hey, man,
Shiny,
what's up, dude?
Muffins, and Protectful need to be careful. 4 kills here for Shiny at the moment, but we actually just saw a really good flush there out of NRG as they get taken down. But like you said, a third party brings us now to just 10 squads left in the game. Looks like we have a solo on our screen. Who do we have here as a solo?
Well, it's
Mercy only.
Mercy only. Well, you know what, guys? Actually, I do have the comms. I was told by production I'm okay, so I'm going to tap this in right now. Give me a second.
Okay.
Beep, boop, boop, beep, beep, boop. All right, here we go. All right. I got it ready.
Hey, Mercy only here. Just really trying to stay alive. Really wish you guys didn't die so early. What's the call? No, I'm just going to heal myself. Oh, it feels so good. Okay. Guys, I'm just going to run out and just die. Is that okay? No? Okay, I'll hide here a little longer.
And that's it. That's all I got. That's all I got from
Are you sure? Are you sure that was their comms?
Yeah, no, I'm like 100% positive, Bravo.
Okay.
It's insane, dude. I've work from home has been amazing for me. I've managed to hack the systems. I'm basically like a Puerto Rican crypto.
I got absolutely no comment. I'm not coming near that. Aim assist up top here, though. They have to make their move a little bit further to the west as well, but Shiny, Muffins, and Protectful also having to make this move just on the edge of the Harvester doors as well. Not going to be easy. Protectful's the last one up.
Yeah, this is not looking good. Protectful, it was just a matter of time. Resulta does manage to get the target and aim assist. That fight that they took inside, and look at this. Designful's going to jump right on in. 98, huge damage. Resulta in gentrifying, though. They're going to be tagged up, and Design just waited for him to come on out. That was freestyle, and he's freestyling himself over to game 4.
Yep, Free Smoke's going to go down. Keep in mind, Free Smoke, a name that if you caught the last Super Regional, they did place 10th in that ALGS Super Regional. So a team that has a a pretty notable performance in terms of recent play, but they will go down to that canyon that's just outside Harvester. That's a great opportunity for them to reset, and hopefully nobody else comes across them at this time, as we're getting down into a pretty tricky part of this game as we take a look at kind of just the buildings at the edge of Hot Springs are the only interiors that are still included. You also keep in mind, if you take a look at the minimap, you also have that height on tracks. I have to imagine if someone doesn't have that height, they will shortly in terms of real estate. That's where you want to be right now on those tracks, without a doubt. You could even see Drops taking a look at it, also throwing pings still over towards Harvester. Here it is. Thank you. Huge shout out to the Observer team for taking a look at that. This is going to be Team Liquid, who does have the height on the tracks right now. This is the team that's going to be the most comfortable. They'll be able to do the most poke damage without worrying at all.
Poor Madness there will fall to the hands of Nocturnal. And that was MVP out of here. But they'll get themselves some placement points, as well as I would imagine some KP. I saw the names pop up in the feed a few times.
So here we go now with 4 squads left. Smile playing only with 2. Going to be difficult for them. They do have this interior right now, so they will be able to hold. And they just need to, with 2 players, I think they can be pretty careful here with what kind of damage and when they time this engagement. That's what they want to do. They want to get well within that top 2 if they can and just hold the exact area they have. But like we said, Team Liquid with the team that can choose what they want to do here. But look at Amos absolutely getting assaulted and burning as well.
Oh, yeah, they're cooking him. Cooking them like I did for my lunch this morning. It's isn't pretty at all. And they're going to be out in the open, so that is just going to really spell bad news for them there. And Liquid and Rogue are freely able to do whatever they want to do. And I think it is going to genuinely come down to both of these teams, given the positions they have. But right now, the advantage is for Team Liquid. They have that high ground. And if there's anything that Obi-Wan taught me, is that the high ground is king.
It absolutely is. Take a look at how well Rogue played that against Aim Assist. They timed that perfectly. You saw they caught them out. Taking a look at every different team we have here right now, it's going to be Team Liquid, Rogue, and Smile as your last 3 in game number 3.
Now, remember in the EMEA finals when Cooler had high ground, we all thought that it was basically a wrap at that point. So anything is possible. And as Gaskin loves to say when I cast with him, the possibilities are truly endless. Whether or not, though, it is going to end for Team Liquid. I mean, look, the odds are kind of in their favor.
Absolutely. Now, Liquid knows that they're going to have to make the move. They can be the last ones to do so there as they get ready to make that. Now, taking a look at exactly how we have everything, we actually have Smile in the more southern building. They have the less advantage. You can see them playing low tracks right here. This is going to be tough for them. They're going to have to see how they time this. It's actually Rogue right now, the team we talked about needing to bounce back on a different comp, back to the standard comp. They're actually playing here in multiple buildings. They've got separate domes here, and they actually do have Circle still as well. Yeah. So right now, their game to lose. It's a very different game number 3 from Rogue. Let's see how they play this.
Yeah, and you're totally right there. I mean, I definitely jumped the gun for Team Liquid. I mean, just looking at where that circle is, they will have to take the dive eventually. No choice for them but to move Nocturnal. He's going to bail out. The advantage that they have, though, is that they will be able to use Portal. They won't need to necessarily jump, but as soon as they need to, which they will in 5 seconds, the movement's going to begin and the fight will start. But Nocturnal is actually going to be rather banged up. We'll have to just hold this down for a moment, because he took a sizable amount of damage, Knock.
But I think he's going to tell his team, he's going to tell them TP is safe, so they are going to come through right here. It's actually going to give enough time for them to also get that bat off and even a syringe as well. So now they're just going to try to hold this crate. This is all they've got, as they're just going to try to make sure they stay alive here and are not the first ones to drop.
Yeah, the problem here is without the Gibraltar, they won't have that bubble, so they'll need to rely on this natural cover that is present, this hard cover that no one can break through. Smile, they will have a little bit of an angle, but it is going to be Rogue that are sitting nicely inside of that building with a whole heap load of fences to protect them. Same thing for Smile here. Eventually, these players, they are going to have to move. They are going to have to engage. Sweets putting down some shots. Sweets is actually going to be a little bit banged up. Will need to back out of this one into safe haven and pop that shield battery. Lots of time remaining before this collapse begins.
Love that TP they have as well. They don't have to use those doorways, right? If they want to do any little bit of poking, or even if they wanted to grab any loot that they did see there, they're able to use that TP, but just making sure that they're healed up and ready for this last engagement. Right now, they also have height. This is big. They kind of have a little bit of low ground angles. They're also able to climb up if they need to. This is Rogue's game to lose now.
It really is. It truly is. And Smile now, they're inside of that building with no room to work with. They will have to push out. Team Liquid, Casper, he's down. Flanker and Nocturnal, they're not going to have a lot of the shield category as well. A lot of fences to give them some protection. But instead, it's going to be Rogue. It's Sweet Dreams who does put to sleep one player. Doesn't get the cleanup quite yet. but they have this angle. I mean, just look at this snipe down, laying fire down, and gets the shot on Casper, sending him packing. Some more shots with that scout. He is ever so accurate with that. Smile inside of this building. I mean, Bravo, look how much room they have. As soon as they come out, they're just going to be laid out with shots if they're not careful.
Well, they're going to be thanking their lucky stars that they have just that little bit that they do. And also Rogue on the other side is hoping that we're going to see Smile push even more advantages on Liquid, as you just saw. We'll see if they're going to be able to do that. That's what Rogue is certainly hoping for, is they're going to get even more damage as they right away light up the player on height. That was going to be Flanker as well. Drop taking down Smile. Rogue should take this.
They're going right in for it. Drop is going to be a little weak there. Snipe down's waiting on the outside. So many fences are going to be out and about here. Drop goes down, but Snipe down has the angle, pushes on in, and Rogue, after some struggle in the first games, will come out as your Game 3 champion.
And look at that. It's a change of comp. It's a change of spirit, and also a change of our end circle. And Rogue's able to bring it back. Like we said, they were really mid-pack there with 11 points after our first 2 games. And you know, it's not surprising to see that Rogue succeeding there. It's a huge shift across the board, and they also got, let's not kid ourselves, with that Mirage drop, they also got the circle. I'm curious how much KP they got in the end, but they played that textbook. They probably are pretty thankful that one Snipe down got that poke damage with the scout, that Smile was able to start harassing as well. It really was a perfect series of events as we take a look at some highlights from our 3rd game.
And NRG, they were one with the snake. They lived in the snake. This was their home for so long. And this was also a shocker for TSM, because again, not having the game that they want. I mean, surely this is just something that I don't think anyone would have predicted this early on. I've casted TSM so much, and their early dominance was very profound. This fight as well, inside of the tunnel, massive fight for Max Dog. Rakinishu, right? I'm saying that right? Rakinishu. Sorry. He wrecked Inishu, the team. You see? Well done. I'm quite proud of myself for that one. Yeah. Can't always give myself credit for it, but, you know, I kind of have to, because I know you won't.
I was going to say, I usually don't give you credit, and you often do give yourself credit, so that's usually how that works. But
I'm
also saw some decent stuff here from Shiny and crew. In the end, though, that aim assist push, pretty deadly, as we saw just in this ravine here, just to the west of Harvester as well. But in the end, it really came down to that Hot Springs battle. And by the time we even got to Hot Springs, as you can see, GB, due to the open ground all around Hot Springs, whether you're looking at kind of bridge from the train yard route or the Harvester route west into Hot Springs, it's so punishing that no surprise we only saw 4 teams here once we got over to Hot Springs itself.
And, you know, I was very excited for Team Liquid. They had that high ground. They were getting a few kills and getting those points, racking those up. But ultimately, they needed to abandon that position, only having that one area of hard cover to work around with. And Smile just not really giving anyone a chance to lay fire in their direction. They were kind of just there the whole time while Rogue was handling Team Liquid down low. There was just I think Smile was breathing a sigh of relief there for sure, given how those things panned out. But they'll take a 2nd place finish, and I'm sure they're very happy with that. Bravo.
Absolutely, because I believe they had around 5 points coming into that game, so they're really going to need to make sure that they continue to perform like that, to get just a little bit more towards the top of the pack, excuse me, throughout the rest of the evening.
Yeah, well, we've had some great games so far. Rogue has managed to pick up Game 3 for themselves. We'll see if they can continue that going into our final game of World's Edge, and whether or not we're going to see our top teams like TSM, Sentinels, NRG. What's going to happen with them? We'll find out all that and more after this. Welcome back, everyone, to GLL Masters Summer for the Americas. It's the grand finals, and we just concluded match number 3, where we saw Rogue, after a team composition switch, manage to pick up a huge W. And Bravo, you know, man, I have to say, you're kind of a wizard, because you wanted to talk about Rogue, before game 3, like we were in the break, and you guys don't know this, but like, we were like chatting about what we're going to discuss. And Brav's like, dude, I got a great point about Rogue I want to talk about. Let me know. That's my Bravo impression. And then you talked about Rogue, and then they won. You are a prophet.
Well, I don't want to say I'm a prophet, but because all the profits really going to Rogue here after that game number 3, if you know what I'm saying. But the fact that they tried to run that crypto rev, I like that they tried to run it twice. And I just like the idea that Rogue's not afraid to try new things.
Yeah.
We should go ahead and take a look at the scoreboard though, because it's probably even more telling than any of the words that I could muster in terms of how the things have gone so far. Now, to take a look, this is just a scoreboard from game number 3. Rogue out in front. They also had 8 kills, the kill leader in the game as well.
Yeah, and even though Team Liquid ended that game in 3rd because they were just getting pressured on by Rogue, they actually came out in 2nd, given that they managed to pick up a decent amount of KP. Smile, though, a nice conclusion for them. Aim assist keeping very consistent. And then in the top 8, MVP as well as iShiny Muffins and Protectful have found themselves still in the conversation. Unfortunately for that team, they're going to be sitting outside of the top 10. And now here we take a gander at the leaderboard and some notable results here. Bravo, Team Superior and MVP holding on to their number 1 and number 2 spot. Rogue have climbed up to the 3rd place spot.
As we said, they were in 7th with like 11 and really mid-pack. And now with that win, they come flying up the leaderboard, and not just into the top 3, but keep in mind, I'm going to keep pointing this out because we have so many games. The point disparity, when you have 16 games, all the points matter even more as you take a look at this and just the gaps that you can build. Superior and MVP pulling away pretty clearly, and Rogue is part of that conversation in the 30s as well. So it's a very different leaderboard than for a few of these teams than when we first started GB. But jumping now into game number 4 already off the break, and now here's Rogue once again with their same Mirage drop, of course.
Yep, and this will actually be the last time we will see World's Edge here. We'll get ready for Kings Canyon after this. We'll have a bit of a break for our teams to get some rest, get some water, relax. But the pressure is on to perform here, and the clock is ticking. And while in the beginning we were discussing how things are, like you have 1 or 2 games, you can kind of be a little bit free-flowing with, where you place and how you play. Now, I would imagine a lot of these teams in this first day are feeling, a little tense, given how things have shaken up here.
Absolutely, but you do already see a beacon, thanks to the beacon that we're seeing here from the side of Rogue. But also keep in mind, you're also seeing pings down, and not surprisingly, it's going to be right around that outskirts station. That's the train station that's just all the way west of Epicenter. Thank you for the observers, little pointing out that ping, as well as, kind of coming through that Skyhook rain tunnel area as well. As you know, not a lot of buildings to fight over, so expect to see a lot of gatekeeping at areas like the advantageous Epicenter Hills, even parts of Survey, the chokes around Train Yard, that our observers are even pointing out right now from Hill Valley are going to be highly contested areas. It's going to be very difficult, so expect the likes of teams that are already at Epi, that are already at Survey, to make those fast moves. You can already see it on your screen.
Well, I'm also looking forward to a lot of the action going down at Harvester, too, because we have 2 teams at Harvester and 1 at Sorting that will need to make their way out toward that direction. So eventually, those players are going to run into one another, and it could spell bad news there. Speaking of bad news, it has been not the best of days for TSM thus far, and it seems as if the pressure is going to continue on here. Bravo, Abrelelli, he's going to be weak. Reps is down. He only had the Evo shield, and he didn't do enough damage to be able to rack it up. I mean, he just picked up the darn thing. So this is already going to be a rough start here. They can bring Reps back into this one, and I also like this play from Hal, just going to melee his teammate to get him to shoot further and further. It's going to be Solafide, by the way, one of our LCQ teams that are going to go in here for a challenge. We know that they like to drop in this area as well, and they want to muscle TSM out of this one, Brav.
And they have done really well so far. You saw that actually Aberlele resorting to even queuing just to get visual clutter to try to stay alive there. He's able to get all the way back. But like you said, TSM pinched once again off of the break, and Solafide playing really confident here so far off these opening moments.
Yeah, they're going to go right for this fight here. Pride, he's going to manage to crack 1, and that's a down there. Abreleli's down. Hal's down. Reps is going to be the only one left alive here, I believe. No. Is that it, or did they clean him up?
I think that's it. That is it.
Reps.
TSM
first team out.
And I mean, you talked about it, GB. I mean, it kind of became a meme for a while, especially after the last patch and even before then, of teams trying to kind of grief TSM off of Fragment, but here you see Solafide coming in with confidence. Like you said, they're a team that came through our LCQ, however, a team that everyone's going to be really familiar with. Their highest placing is going to be a second place in ALGS Online number 6, but they're going to be really happy with that opening battle as well. Here's some of the areas I was talking about where you're going to see teams holding down advantageous high ground. At Epicenter, they're going to be looking to gatekeep along these areas to see if they can kind of slow play a little bit of edge into the areas of that outskirts station, because they know they don't want to fly. They're probably going to be too late to get station buildings themselves, so they're going to gatekeep here.
I'm still stunned, Bravo. Stunned. 4 games that we've had for TSM, and only one of those were they able to turn up a positive result. And even then, it was a bit of a struggle for them to do so there. Just shocking results. But they will live to fight another day, and it will be coming relatively soon, as we will be switching over to Kings Canyon for games 5. Still so much left to play here. Now Sentinels, our second place team. You just see someone down over there on the feed. That is going to be very scary. While that's going on, the team that finished out second in the last game, Smile, they actually could be looking at an early exit here. Mini's going to be down. Scurry, he's going to be in a world of hurt, and that is going to be the second place squad from game number 3 out of here at the final for World's Edge. It's mind-blowing how this is all turning out. You never know who's going to show up.
This is why I mentioned that western edge of Epicenter, because the amount of cover and the amount of height that you hold, you have such vision into anyone who's doing fragment rotations, or anyone who even tries to get craftier and tries to go around Epi, maybe like survey south. This is why this area is so contested. This is where you want to hold, and I'm not surprised we've seen so many teams trying to fly through there, as Smile, like you said, is our second team that does go out in the end.
And HRN can actually hold this one quite well. They'll have Gibraltar for coverage with the bubble. They'll also have the fences out for Watson. So if anyone tries to go and challenge them, they at the very least can protect themselves a little bit. We'll see if that is actually going to end up being the case. They'll grab themselves some purple armor. And look at all of this. And look at those buildings. Everyone's taking a spot there, man. The real estate market near Epicenter is great. I feel like whoever is the real estate developer for that area really crushed it, because look, the population's booming.
It is a seller's market here, as those teams know that they are not going to be able. I mean, you could just take a look at the amount of buildings, and you guys watching at home are all aware just how many buildings and cover you have alongside that train station where the pings went down. There's not a lot to fight for. That's why you're seeing teams get cozy and comfy here at Fragment. Speaking of, we hope you guys are getting cozy and comfy at home. We thank you so much for hanging out with us for the GLL Masters Summer Grand Finals. Bravo alongside Golden Boy calling the action. Like we said, 16 games in total, 8 across the 2 days. We hope you're enjoying the games this evening. We appreciate you chilling with us here on Twitch.
Been a wild competition so far. It really just unsettling for me to not see TSM in a discussion at the end of these games, as they have been so many times in the past. But it also just goes to show you the work that is being put in by these teams. Solafide and LCQ team, but let's not forget that this isn't really a, like a last chance, random team. I mean, this squad has had some great success in the past. Second at ALGS Online, number 6. A few strong showings for the Super Regionals in the top 10 both times for Super Regionals 1 and 2. Really, really happy for them. Amesis as well. They've kept themselves very consistent throughout this competition, Bravo. They've managed to live in that 4th to 5th place spot. And even in game, they've managed to accomplish that too.
Absolutely. Now here, I was wondering what happened with Rogue, because you saw them at the bottom of that Skyhook choke tunnel, and now we see exactly where they are, but we got to interrupt ourselves because we do have TPH here in a battle for the Skyhook building.
Yeah, well, Panders had to see all of his teammates go down there, but the kills are out. And drop this down, and he will be able to bring back his buddy. But Designful, Aim Assist, they're going to third-party this fight, and they will lick their chops, gladly taking that away, getting that delicious KP. Another player is actually going to be located up top here. Designful going in for this. He has that Prowler. By the way, my favorite gun has been since the beginning of the game. Will continue to be the case. Gentrifying on the flank, and it's only a matter of time here before they manage to pick off this next player. It's Panders. Good effort, my friend. And as of right now, the new kill leader will be Aim Assist, riding that consistency from game to game here at the start, Bravo.
Absolutely. You see them cleaning up there. And I did want to say, we just saw Rogue and TPH on the receiving end of all of that damage. They will be eliminated as well. You could kind of tell when we checked in with Rogue when they were at the Skyhook Tunnel South that they were not where they wanted to be, but just like that, we see more action here at Epicenter.
Shiny, Muffins, Protectful. They go in for this, but they're not going to engage quite yet. Actually going to play this one a little further back. Pressure starting to come in. That bubble, the coverage from that will disappear, but so long as they hang out by the pylon, they should be okay. Just Rogue exiting early too is another big one. Bravo. I mean, I know we kind of didn't really play it up as huge as it was, but they did win game number 3, and they're out of here for this game 4.
Yeah, you could tell that they did not get the rotation they wanted when we checked in with them. They took a little bit more damage than they wanted before they even got up into Skyhook. But once again, things are focusing on this western side of Epicenter Height, and this is where you want to be. And actually, Shiny and crew actually want to move up a little bit even closer towards HRN, excuse me, because they want that vantage point. They want those sight lines to be able to poke down into Fragment, down into these stations. This is where they're trying to hold. Let's see if HRN can hold.
It'll be very tough to do so, but they will have the composition to hold this. It will have to take a concerted effort from the opposition to try and force them out of this area. But they know that they're still going to be lingering about, so they'll have to worry about the players that are by Fragment, but also the players that are going to be taking shots over to the side here. And Prodigy actually, I think that was a rival fence there, and he's taking a whole bunch of damage. We'll need to back out and give himself a heal up. Joey and Busby have gone out low, and Prodigy will have to join them here in a moment.
Yeah, unsurprising to see them want to reset off of this. Also, I mean, like we said, unsurprising to see them want to get towards this height and get into a better position and out of those buildings because they don't want to get into the shuffle and the mix that's going to be required. But actually, if we take a look here, it's actually going to be just north of this station. As you look at the choke that goes up into Skyhook, we actually see MVP gatekeeping teams that are still trying to make that Skyhook move.
And that team right at the edge. This is going to hurt. It's going to be very challenging for this team to try and take out MVP, who have the angle and the coverage. There's also going to be players, I believe those players actually are going to be coming in from behind too. So that team is going to be sandwiched there, which is quite unfortunate. Gobble and team do go down. Stomp's going to go in for the action now with the EVA. Does get a few connections. Will get tagged up, but does manage to utilize that grapple hook to fly on out of there. Stomp's going to be very low, but he gets cleaned up there. And it's going to be MVP. They held the angle, and they will take all of the loot for their efforts. They knew that that was going to work out very well for them, given how that first team was sandwiched, and then they simply just needed to benefit from the players that were already going to be banged up.
Yeah, they take down Ziploc bags. Keep in mind, we did see the guys on the MVP side dropping Skyhook, especially this week. We saw them doing it still at the Esports Arena Weekly. So unsurprising that they know exactly how to play all these angles. But here's Max Dogs joining the party.
Yeah, this is actually a real dangerous spot. So they thought that they were going to be very safe to go and loot that up. Madness, though, does get the down. So even though they have the pressure applied to them, Madness still manages to get one. Pow Pow's out of the action. Vaxlon, though, still very much healthy on the outside. We'll need to get to his teammates here to help him out. Madness playing right behind this hard cover, Bravo. This is going to be real dangerous for them. Look at this. Reckon with the shots on the outside.
They should be able to close this out. Only one more, and it's going to be Madness, I think, who's going to desperately try to get away there. And actually, we're not seeing him in the feed right now. Here he is. Now Madness definitely trying to get away, but he actually gets shot, unsurprisingly, from players that were even further out towards the station. So that will be MVP out. That is your second-place team eliminated here a little bit earlier. They're our 8th team to go in match number 4, so things can focus on a little bit closer towards the station. But big heads up for all these teams knowing that that choke would be such a big part of these battles.
Now, NRG are going to run into Max Dog here if they commit to that area. I don't think they are necessarily going to do so. So they'll be fine. They'll hold this area down for a moment. 12 squads remain. Still plenty left to play, Bravo.
And I think we're all wondering, actually, you know, on the minimap, who was it that got to the station interiors first and who was holding that trailer? Now we see that answer. That was going to be NRG. And like you said, I like what they're doing, though. They're not just holding that trailer and trying to poke. They're actually TPing out, trying to get not just finishes, but also trying to TP for loot, maybe. So nice stuff from them. But here now is Freestyle of Free Smoke, just trying to stay alive as a solo now. We'll see what he'll be able to do. But Wraith 1 Tricks, a team that we've seen move into the 4th place spot in a little bit of trouble. It's going to be all up to Teen here, as well as Saucer. We'll see if they can fight through this. Teen, the healthiest one, while the other two heal.
And the good news for them is that they will at least be able to defend themselves. Teen is there to back his teammates up. Portals are going to be located out toward the left. Teen sends a few warning shots in that direction, seeing what he can pick up from that. So they will stay alive, despite the fact that they were in a bit of a tight spot. And now that we only have a few seconds left here as this circle is going to close, we'll find out where this next ring is going to pull. They are in the safe zone. They are fine. But whether or not they're going to be fine for too long. Oh, and the rat cam, actually. That was just...
Oh, no.
Ugh.
That's... I mean, we've come to love the rat cam, and that's a pretty unfortunate way to see. I mean, normally the rat cam has a very different tone to it. That was need some F's in the chat for our poor little rat as he gets taken down.
For the rat, dude. Oh boy. New
Poor-
Brainers actually have only one player left alive too.
Yeah, now down into our top 10. Still lots of heavy hitters here, of course, still in the mix, and several teams that are within our top 5 still fighting here. We saw a lot of early exits from teams that, once again, you might not expect, but now also taking a look at Team Liquid. Of course, they know that they can't push up entirely because they do have to worry about, just in case there's a team in the Skyhook tunnel choke. I'm going to ask our... Actually, speaking of, here we go right back over to the base of that tunnel, and we'll see what Solafide can do here, having to fight a little bit uphill.
And you know this team has to have loads of confidence after taking out TSM earlier on. Pride backing up, giving himself some shielding. They have to be mindful and respect their opponents because they're not going to let them try and walk away with this one freely, especially Team Liquid, who, if they can put together a big game here, could end out within that top 2 out of World's Edge. Flanker, though, banged up a little bit. Ducking around over to this right side. Losing out Nocturnal, though. Flanker, oh my goodness, just like that. Absolutely decimated. Clarify is going to be low.
Who is up top? We got to find out exactly who that is on height. That's going to be Casper. That grappled up all the way to get the angle. Can he win this 1v1? He's going to get one sell off. Likely going to heal again with the second. He's taking extra damage, though, all the way from the station, so he needs to be careful. No, he gets taken down. What a play there from Casper, and Solafide actually gets a little bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card in the end because Casper did take extra damage from the train station itself.
That hurts for Team Liquid, but feels good for Solafide. What isn't going to feel good is the current attack that's going to be coming out of Unknown. Unknown needs to make a statement here, and taking out Solafide will be massive for them. Unknown, the angles, they're going to send those Arc Stars out. They'll get the cleanup. They'll get the kills. Goodbye, Solafide. Good effort. But today, Unknown, they'll be able to fight for this end result. Actually, I stand corrected. Pride still alive. But boy, this will be a Herculean effort here from Pride if he's able to stay alive long enough.
Our dear friend Pride, we hope you can hide. No, sorry. Now Pride just trying to make that same exact route. Like you said, really unfortunate, but great. Once again, shout out to the observers because we knew that battle was coming. We knew that as everything started to close out, that the southern part of that Skyhook choke would be a hot spot, and we got to catch all of the battles that happened there. Unknown, as you see on your screen, one of the teams that had to fight through that, but now they're also experiencing the pain of moving along with the edge.
Matt Pickett gets cleaned up. Has been a bit of a struggle here for Matt throughout the day. Pride is still alive. Joey Blackout rushed in with the Mastiff. Will eliminate Crummy. And Pride will just need to rat it out for the time being. ISMP now are going to be in the thick of things, right in combat, playing around this bubble. The cleanup, Joey Blackout actually will fall down, and Urice is out of the action too now. Here comes NRG. They've been laying in the shadows, waiting for their opportunity to strike. And NRG now, with 5 teams remaining, could actually manage to pick up a big win, given how they're playing around this and so much hard cover that they've managed to take hold of here.
They pick up another one. Look at that. Once again, they're TPing out of that station all the way here, now going right in. Really great execution on making sure that they join the engagements exactly when they wanted to. Unsurprisingly, Shiny as a solo, unable to finish that one. Just like that, 4 squads left.
Shiny McCarthy. Ain't gonna happen, but it was a good try. Eliminated by Cocky Beans, which just a great name, by the way. Oh, the rat. Look at this.
Mr. Hackalo.
Mr. Hackalo. Oh, man, we have 2 teams with 1 player, Solafide and New Brainers. And mind you, Mr. Hackalo's been by himself like the whole time. It's actually going to run right into him. No. Surely he won't. He's to the right of him.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. He's on that height that you're seeing right on the screen just for a second. So he'll be okay. We'll have to decide. He's obviously going to move with edge and make the last move that he can, but Max Dog, a team that's in a very different state. And actually, as you just saw, he was forced off of that height. So shots are going to come in from all sorts of directions. So 2 of our last 4 squads, like you said, solo players.
Now it's going to be Max Dog. I didn't catch who the other 3-man team was going to be there. Pride will be able to get some KP out of this one, perhaps. That player's actually going to be tucked in the rock there. Pride is just going to beam it right over, but he had to yeet out of there because he saw another player on the outside. It's NRG. NRG in the action. Pride could spell spoiler here. Rocker's going to be weak. He has to back out. Luckily, Frexis, along with Nathan, they're plenty healthy. Rocker will go right back to his teammate, and Pride manages to get a top 3 finish for Solafide. That is a great result for them. And what a run this has been thus far. If he manages to swoop in and get a few more KP, how big would that be for this team going into Kings Canyon?
I mean, that's huge, especially because they sit in 16th right now. This is very important points here for Solafide. Pride's already, as you said, grabbed a bunch of them, but NRG doing very well. Rocker specifically doing very well to make sure that he did not get downed there on the corner, which almost happened against Pride. So just going to slow this down. NRG looking very good. They've got all sorts of cover as well as the ult up. So going to be able to, once again, time their push. They've done it all game now as we have our final 3 squads in the mix.
So it's NRG along with Solafide's very own Pride ratting it out by the rock. Eventually will need to move. And then Max Dog, as you now see on your screen, outside of the safe zone. They will need to push this. The cover, not the best for them, but they do have a Gibraltar, which they will be able to initiate here in a little bit. Pride's just going to run for it, and he's actually going to go into the loving hands of NRG and Max Dog right in between it, but he did so because he needed to just get there in time. The problem is he's going to be camped out, so there's not really much he could do, and we'll need to just play this intelligently. This has been very well done by Pride to just stay alive. Rocker, again, going to be rather banged up, as well as Nathan. They have this natural cover. Pride's finally going to go down. Now Max Dog and company can actually jump in for the fight here, potentially, but they're going to be forced back by the ultimate. This is crazy. They're being forced back by the Gibraltar ult. They're getting banged up. Nathan's going to burn Beans alive. It's Beans for dinner. And Nathan and Frexis, they're going to jump in. The Mastiff is true, and NRG win the last match in World's Edge.
My God, kill leader as well on the end. And could you ask for a cleaner game? Like we said, the first time they got that early rotate, they were the first team to get into the station. They hold it down, but not only that, every time we checked out their POV, they were TPing for loot, they were TPing for engagements, and doing it all so calculated. It was also careful in the way they executed. In the end, they get a full 3v0 wipe, and they also take out Pride as well. So It's not like they let Max Dog do the work on Pride. They also finished Pride there, and it wasn't very difficult just burning that port. But in the end, they looked so clean. Let's take a look at some highlights.
Yeah, so Rogue, just an unfortunate turn of events for them. Game 3 victory, but we'll be exiting early in Game 4. MVP, who were the superstars at the beginning of the day here for the Americas region, they had actually a great play. They gate kept beautifully. The problem was they ended up getting swooped on by Max Dog. They knew that they had them dead to rights, and they went right for it. Another big fight with Solafide earlier on. This 5-headed play from Casper to go on top of that ledge was so smart. Eventually, he'll be swept up, though. And Max Dog, even with so many moments not going in their favor, I mean, look at this. Look at how they were able to keep the drive alive for their team. And even in this instance right here, I thought NRG was going to clean up Pride, but it didn't end up happening. They waited for him. They waited for the opportune moment. And then at the end, they got the win. What a game that was, Bravo.
It really was. And we should take a look. NRG, by the way, was in 6th place. They were in a, oh my heavens, I didn't even realize this, a 4-way tie for 4th place, rather, on points with 21. Wraith 1 Tricks, Aim Assist, NRG, and New Brainers all had 21. So for them to come into this game the way that they did, and I'll tell you what, GB, what's even more impressive for me, more impressive than the placing or even the KP they got along the way, is the way that they did it. If we look at a team that has 12 more games to play over the course of these 2 days, this is a team that I'm really looking out for because that was textbook. I absolutely loved what I saw. They made it super fun to watch, and yeah, they cleaned house at the end.
Yeah. Very meticulous play at the end there for NRG will get them the victory in Game 4. And it's been one heck of a start for World's Edge. But now we're going to reset things and head over to Kings Canyon to close out day one of the finals. And that means we're going to give our players a sizable break, so a 20-minute break. And then when we return, we continue the action for the grand finals here for GLL Masters Summer. It has been a wild ride thus far. We hope you join us after this, well, extended break. We hope you all are nice and refreshed after that long break. Welcome back, everyone, to the GLL Masters Summer Grand Finals here for the Americas. I'm Golden Boy along with Bravo. We've had awesome matches to start things off on World's Edge, but now we're going to be taking a trip south, maybe? I don't know, because, you know, the desert. Because we're going to Kings Canyon, and I just don't know where Kings Canyon fits.
They say it's south because of the migration. Because of the migration. It's south, yeah.
Is it? You know, it
is.
It's a good callback. In any case, so guys, as I mentioned, the matches, they've been hot and heavy and wild. And let's take a look now at the scoreboard and where we are right now, because out of match 4, NRG with some very clean play managed to pick up that victory. MaxDog had a few tight moments, but they get second, and Solafide, thanks to the valiant efforts of Pride, keep them alive to get that third place finish. But you'll notice all the way down at 20th, TSM out with no points. Zilch, nada.
Yeah, we'll have to see exactly how that turns into our overall leaderboard, just in case you're just joining us. First of all, you picked a great time, because here we are with 4 matches down, 4 matches to go. And here's our leaderboard so far after the first half of day number 1. Team Superior still out in front with 45, but NRG with that big win has jumped, I believe, from 5th or 6th all the way to 2nd now with 42 points. And as you can see, things still, it's the top 3 still with the biggest gap away from 4th through 10th. However, MVP Rogue still there and ready to put up a fight. But we got to talk about the likes of Sentinels, Liquid, and Team Solo Mid in the bottom 10.
Yeah, shocker, without a doubt. But now, here we go. Over to Kings Canyon to start things off here will be the winners of game 4. It's NRG. And I was looking at some of the stats here, and it seems, if I'm reading this right, Rocker with 12 kills, Frexus with 8 kills, and Nathan with 5. This team has clearly been slaying out, picking up a lot of KP. And in fact, if I'm also reading this right, they have the most KP as it currently stands amongst everyone in the lobby. The only team that is near them is MVP. And also, a huge shout out to MVP, because their big game was in the beginning, was at the start of this competition. And since then, they've kind of teetered off, but they were consistent enough to keep their results looking like that and keeping themselves within that top 3.
Ping's already going down for NRG east of Hydro, all the way down towards the bottom of Swamps. You saw that there on their drop as they're going to continue through Cave, see what they can grab. But actually, we're going to go all the way over to Bunker here for Ziploc Bags, who's doing a little bit of fighting off the break on this western side of Bunker as well.
Yeah, they're going to back up here. Yo-Yo will be banged up, but should have some time to heal. And look at that pull. It's actually going to be sent all the way to the right. And there is a team on the opposite side of Bunker there. And that was the squad that they were dealing with. But yeah, so we got ourselves a nice pull all the way to the eastern part of the map, which is absolutely really going to favor those teams in Swamps and Hydro.
Yeah, I like that bet from NRG in terms of Eastern Hydro, Southern Swamps. Certainly still a chance for something that pulls a little more deep into Swamps, as well as a few less common circles in terms of what I've been seeing over the past few weeks. But we'll have to see exactly how these teams play that. One of the things that y'all remember back from all the way back when we saw Kings Canyon, keep in mind the exact circle right here. The really big change is actually Labs, right? Top Labs is the change that has had the biggest difference since the Kings Canyon map update. But the rest of Swamps is going to play really similar, and it's going to be brutal. You're going to see Swamps treated like a lot of the hills that we saw on World's Edge, and teams just want to get into those interiors and hold, if they can, into the late game. Here's TSM, who's actually going to Wraith Portal out and do exactly that. They're going to try to find some Swamps buildings, and so is Shiny Muffins Protectful as well, right into the buildings. Take a look at this. I mean, they're trying to take the fastest route into any open building they can.
Yeah, it's like they were listening to you, Bravo. Like you say that, like, guys, you're gonna need to go to some buildings. All right, we heard you, Bravo. Let's go ahead and swoop into some buildings, take ownership. I hear the market's right, but this is where they will live. Now, what I'm concerned about here for TSM is that this composition, if they do get aggressed on, they really don't have a lot to try and fight back. They will be the ones that need to do the attacking, given that they're running the crypto and Revenant. So how does TSM play this in case they end up getting attacked?
Here's your answer. Totem's actually up right away, and we're going to go ahead and see now. Is they're going to go ahead, and right now the TP is going to go down as well for Hal. Is going to try to go ahead and throw that down right away. He's going to aggress. We'll see if he actually takes this fight. The break. Look at the spray from the 99. The man is not afraid, and they're all still on their Totem as well. GB, your question could not have been more perfectly timed as they just continued to wipe Shiny, Muffins, and Protectful. They flew in at the exact same time. You know they saw each other. Zero hesitation from the side of TSM.
Yeah, they did not care that they were their neighbors. They went right in and took that double building. So TSM giving us a different look than what we've seen previously on World's Edge here at Kings Canyon. It is going to be Shiny, Muffins, and Perspectful that actually are, or Protectful, excuse me, that are going to fall first here in Game 5.
And one thing I do want to point out, because we just saw, first of all, it's a great sign of confidence from TSM. They could have easily just kind of bunkered up in these buildings, as we so often see teams do in an area like Swamps, but they get aggressive right off the break. They don't question it. They time it perfectly. You saw that they were all still in Totem and barely even took any damage. It's amazing execution, but I do want to highlight the amount of games. If you think of something like an Esports Arena Weekly, that's a 4-game final. We've only played one quarter. This is like playing one game in total of our total finals. If you think about that, really, we're only a quarter of the way through this tournament so far. This is anyone's tournament. Yes, these points are very important, but if you have a team that you're rooting for, if you have players that you're rooting for, the exciting part is that this is a marathon, and there's so many games yet to play here at the GLL Masters Summer Grand Finals.
I'm glad you used that word as well, Bravo, a marathon. It's so many matches that you're going to be running that who cares what happened in Game 1? I'm sure MVP are really happy about it, as well as Superior. But for TSM, yeah, they're good. They're okay with that. I mean, things happened, obviously. And then I think Rogue, they're also pretty satisfied because, yeah, Games 1 and 2 didn't really work out, but they're now back in the conversation in the top of this leaderboard. So now we go over to Free Smoke, who is a team that's been a little bit on the up and down. Currently right now in 16th place total. They've only been able to get themselves a, 3 KP and some placement, 10 placement points. It's really all they got out of it. I'm sure that they would like to be able to step things up. But for right now, they're just going to be playing the bridges here and on this choke too. Now, Sentinels, they want to make them pay for this one. You want to take that high ground. Rambo's going to go down. Off screen, Arcane's going to take down only one mini. Some more kills coming in. You're also seeing Rogue getting into the fray too. The Sentinels, they're going to be on cleanup duty. Aisle 1.
You're able to get that one. You do hear a little bit of fighting happening in what sounds like towards that western side. So we'll have to see if that's actually going to be the case. But Sentinel's a team right now that's in 18th. And as we said, coming into this event, they had the 2nd seed after 4 weeks of play. So, you know, they're a team that really has their eye on changing the narrative in the second part of the day here. But back over to the side of Swamps, and it's now Rogue, a team that has stepped it up through the day as well. But Sweet actually the first to drop.
A lot of this odd cover that you have with the generators on top of the roof, as well as the holes, you can get out to a safe area quickly. And that is the reason why Dropped was able to pick up his teammate Sweet. Back into the action. Snipe down, though, needed to go back over here to the safe haven of this building where they have all these fences lined up.
And what you're seeing now, GB, which kind of goes back to the earlier question you asked, as long as you have a Wraith in your comp, you're still going to see teams that do play this early rotate, which is what you have to do at Swamps. Even if you're early rotating, just like we saw in the last game, NRG was a perfect example. You can still TP out. You could TP for loot. You could TP for these engagements, and that's also what we're seeing Rogue do. And they play that perfectly. Even though they traded 1 for 1, you saw Snipe down, even though he starts to get beamed, he TPs right back, they heal up, and they're playing this perfectly. Their own building is Watsoned up, and they can play this comfortably while they still try to, despite being an early rotate, they still try to get aggressive on the KP opportunities.
Nocturnal taking a few shots will bow out for a moment. Swamps has been a minefield. No matter where you go, you're going to run into someone. You know, funny thing, Swamps is my drop. Love Swamps.
Is it?
Yeah, I love Swamps. Fun area to fight out of.
it plays a lot different than it did. You could even say about 13 months ago. If you think back to the preseason invitational, it was a lot slower. You were not seeing these wraiths play as TP out, if you will, as aggro. But so far, teams are really making sure that they do get those points on the board. As really, they can't afford to do anything else. Wraith One Trick's a team we've been watching for quite a bit. They started off hot, but now in 9th place.
Yeah, well, I think the addition of Labs made the Swamps drop just fun to play for me personally, because it's like, okay, we have a rotate opportunity here. We get a lot of loot. Like, there's always going to be fights there in the cover. That's going to be a fun one if it ends up going over there. For now, though, the action does slow down. Round 1 coming to a close now. We'll see where the pull happens. Seems like it will continue to hang out around Swamp. There it is. So Swamp, Labs, Hydro Dam really going to reap the benefits of that one. A team is inside of that map room too, making their way over to Repulsor, more than likely. Playing the edge, who knows? Also another team, one player actually going to be all the way outside of zone. I think maybe getting a banner or some extra resources, who knows? And the cage has a lot of activity too, Bravo. But right now, all of our attention, our focus, rightly so, is here on the Swamps.
Yeah, we'll see what Unknown could do here. They have pings down on this building. You have to wonder if they're just going to try to look for a poke opportunity to get an opener. And if they do, especially with this Kraber, they're going to push. Ooh. Actually, they are seeing players push through right now. So let's see how Crummy plays this.
Oh, 152. Big shots there. Think you're going to get in there, but the Kraber is going to manage to down Stomps. Well, they can try and benefit from this one. Matt Pickett's going to go in for the action, and he will get the cleanup on Stomps with the Prowler. And one player will be inside of that little building there, but they have that angle, and that Kraber, nasty shot there.
I like that play also as they kind of hold hype, but Matt Pickett flies in right away, zero hesitation. If you've watched his stream, you know the way he plays. He wants to be able to push opportunities like that and not hesitate, and love to see that from him. So that's going to set them up with still some good vantage points. They're going to grab that extra kill as well, and Crummy still with that Kraber here. Taking a look at the team tracker, only 4 teams dropping so far. That's going to be Sentinels, 303, Smile, as well as Eye Shiny, Muffins, and Protectful. Now here's the TP from Crummy.
Crummy going in underneath now. We'll be able to get some of these resources away from the box, but tagged up. Should be able to bail. Seems like TSM, or at least Hal, is going in for this again. A barrage actually dropping in right to his left. Hal jumps in there, and they're just going to deactivate all of that. Now TSM going back in for the attack again, and it seems as if they are going to be backed up, but they will be able to continue to apply pressure here if they want. They were ready for that. They received them right at the front door. But as they go on in, reps on cleanup duty, they'll get themselves a few more kills. Hal does go down, so watch out. Now they're going to be playing with a man down. They did recover the banner, but no. Ooh. Reps is going to get tagged. He needs Hal, or he needs Abrelelli to be there for him, but instead
it's Rogue.
It is going to be Rogue. Snipe down, and actually Casper got the kill on Abrelelli there, so there it just Rogue and Team Liquid all contributed to the demise of Team Solo Mid.
Absolutely, Rogue punishing there. I was about to say 2 for 2 for TSM, but that is not the case as they try to make that same push. They do grab a few KP along the way in that, but in the end, they will exit. And like we said earlier, then they would like our 5th squad to do so, and Rogue is going to reap the benefits of that in terms of not just the extra KP they got, but the loot as well. As we take a look all the way back down once again, still 2 here that are sides of Repulsor as well as Hydro now, as Max Dog trying to make a maneuver if they can. Max Dog a team right now that's sitting pretty good. They're in 5th.
Ooh. Free Smoke had vision on Max Dog on this ledge. Rambo's waiting, and yeah, this is Free Smoke now, but old Odd Freestyle goes down. That's Tech. Lined up that shot from the distance. Murdog, along with that Hemlock, is going to be dealing a decent amount of damage there, forcing that player to have to disengage. Murdog will be going back. And they're not in the best of positions because no matter what, they're going to be outside. Their route is take this bridge, which, you know, not the best, or go underneath the bridge, which, again, not the best. And yeah, we're kind of seeing the results of this one right here. Rambo, though, was going to be waiting right outside for them. Now it's going to be Klain. Klain, can he get the cleanup kills here in time? Only has white armor to work with. A few kills coming in here, and it's just the options are very limited for these players. But Free Smoke now, Klain, he's getting tagged up. We'll have to phase out. Can get out of there. Does have a few cells to work with, but my goodness, they just had no choices there, Bravo.
Man, this movement here all the way from the side of Hydro has just been absolutely punishing, and I don't think any of the teams that were around there were aware just how many were still there. Amesis does get the dome down, though, to get a little bit of a breather for just a second, maybe get some heals off as well. But as I was saying, I don't think anyone knew that just how much carnage there was going to be. It looks like Resulta not having enough heals there. Actually going to need to have a few dropped there from the side of Designful, as they are going to take a second to heal. We're going to lose a lot of teams in that, just like that.
Yeah.
And now in the end, it's going to be 14. Excuse me, we're going to lose 2 teams there, so it's going to be 14 teams left off of that break. And like I said, a little bit, I don't think each team knew that there were this many teams that were still playing Edge. Got caught off guard and surprised quite a bit.
Oh, gentrifying, taking shots from downtown. It was a smart play, though, from Resulta. I do want to commend him for that. They knew that they really didn't have resources to handle that fight, so they sent the barrage and forced them off, or the Gibby ult forced them off of that tower so they can take possession of that. The problem is now everyone's looking at them because they know that they're going to be located up there.
Absolutely. Now, we're actually looking at the side of Unknown. Once again, Matt Pickett, Phony, and Crummy. And they've made that slight rotate. They've made a rotate from where they were on that height, actually the direction they're looking, down into Swamps. This is the building they had their eyes on, and they really slow played it nicely to get control of it now. And they're going to be looking for those poke opportunities. You have to think at least 1 or 2 more teams are also, at the very least, are also going to be looking that direction towards that southwest along the Hydro. And that's the one thing we're going to look out for. And it might provide opportunities for a team like Rogue to try to get some damage and even steal a different building. And do we have a solo there? Looks certainly like that is the case.
It's Maxdog.
Back on board with Unknown.
Maxdog is the last player, or Maxdog has only 1 player left alive for their team. Crummy with this Kraber, the angle. Look at Phony Head up on top, actually starting to put some shots down. On the flank's going to be Matt Pickett with that Prowler. Doesn't have the full auto on it, but it ain't going to be a problem there. We'll get the down courtesy, or alongside with Phony. Phony, though, is actually going to get tagged up big time. We'll be down, not out quite yet. Crummy, though, on this ground here, will have to just try and pull away any of the armor he can. They get their buddy back in, and they will manage to get right back inside if Crummy can get on top of the steps.
Oh, it's a great job there. He gets in the door. He also gets the TP down. Going to tell his teammates TP safe. They're going to get back in the building. They're going to heal. Great stuff. They also take down Team Superior in the mix as well. That's a hefty set of plays. And really, since we started looking at this Unknown squad, I've been loving the way they've been playing. They've been playing their advantages perfectly.
Oh, but Crummy from up on high on the rooftop gets down by Designful. I think Phony realizes this is just not going to be the position they want to be in, so they will head on over to the tunnels.
Absolutely. This is going to give them a little bit of cover for a second, just time to heal, but they're going to have to figure out how they want to play out of this. And we are still, in the end, still fighting at Hydro for these teams that are really playing the edge, and New Brainers is one of them.
What an insane battle we've seen so far, Bravo. And it's been very slow. It started at Swamps. Teams were jumping into buildings as quickly as they could. TSM did that earlier, forcing out Eye Shiny Muffins and Protectful. But we have a rat cam here.
We do have a rat. We do. Do you have a poem ready?
You know what? I have one. I can do it if you want.
Would you rather me go?
I think you should go. I only have one.
All right.
You should go.
All right. Here we go, chat. We've got a little rat. That's not the start, but I'm excited. Once again, just to honor our casters that we've seen. We see Murdog here as a rat on the rat cam, and who knew that each caster could be such a poet? We just hope this rat really doesn't blow it. This rat right here has no companion, but I do wish them luck here on Kings Canyon. This rat you see will have to tiptoe. Its worst nightmare will be a crypto.
Well done. Bravo, bravo.
Thank you, man. I wanted to bust out a little Kings Canyon specific one. I appreciate that. Good luck to our rat friend here.
Bravo, bravo.
Oh, Jesus, this rat's got to go.
Yeah,
here we go. Back on board now with NRG. We'll see what they can do off this. They're a little bit comfier than the teams that were at Hydro that are being forced to move as well. And we saw a great performance. If you missed it, in game number 4 from NRG, it was surgical the way that they won that game, and it catapulted them in the standings as well to second place.
Will NRG be able to do the same thing here in game 1 of Kings Canyon? Murdog, unfortunately, not long for this world. Phony's waiting for some players on the outside, and oh my goodness, the ult from Gibraltar comes through and just cleans house. Now, Phony's going to have one of his own, actually drops it right on top of this house here. So they will not be affected by this, but it might give them an opportunity to grab something. Not really going to work out. You want to get that bubble, but instead it's not going to be available for another 15 seconds. And Phony goes down. Matt Pickett has to get his teammate back in.
Trying to get this res through the boards, and we'll have to see. I think everyone's dropping. I don't think there's any way they're going to fight out of this one.
No one in this lobby likes them right now. They're getting shot all over the place, and Stomps will get the kill along with a Clarify, who bleeds out as well. So a little bit of Sulfide and Ziploc bags taking care of business. There goes your final 8 squads remaining, notably NRG, Rogue, Sulfide, Liquid. I mean, really everyone here, heavy hitters. Aim assist, again, another consistent game from them. They have been on fire today.
Here's the question, though. How can NRG fight out of this? And it's going to be a tough one. They're going to just try to shield for each other on the heels. And it's Rogue that has their number. Ults are also coming down as well. Nade's coming out. And we'll have to see. Metro's actually going to be the one that gets the knock on paper on Frex's. And now, just like that, they're going to bubble and try to fight out of this. It's a tough spot for NRG.
Yeah, and we had a reactive Gibraltar ult there from Nathan just to prevent anyone from pushing in. The bubble, too. Nathan doesn't have many options. Both teammates are going to be down, and surely someone can just send a grenade in here and be the death of them. Nathan, though, does get the down on Metro. Even then, it was a good try. Unfortunately, they were literally in a rock and a hard place, and they will have to fight in our next game, Game 6, right after this. But really hard-fought battle there for them. They did everything they could, but they found themselves in a tight spot.
And now you are seeing the teams that rotated late, even though it seemed early, the teams that got the worst buildings. But take a look at this. As a whole bunch of ults coming down there are going to be dangerous. Now more just trying to stay alive. I think that's going to be NRG, if I'm not mistaken, NRG out.
Yeah, and the problem that they had was that they couldn't get that pylon down fast so that they could give themselves protection with that trophy style. But Casper, oh my goodness, the straight scout. You love to see it. But what you don't love to see is MVP struggling here on the high ground. They're all beaten up. Pow Pow and Vaxlon, they lost Madness too. So they won't have many options. 5 squads remain, Bravo, and everything's just going to continue to break down.
Yeah, and apologies there. Of course, I meant HRN. So used to seeing more playing under that NRG name. NRG eliminated moments before that as well. But like you said, MVP still on this height. And what we're seeing is the teams that did rotate late were the first ones to be punished along that southern side, and not a whole lot of room to play here. Rogue still holding the exact building they wanted to hold, as they're now going to have this height. And right now, once again, playing this their game, making sure they're able to hold this down. Now 4 squads left, as we do see finally Solafide cleaned up in the feed.
A lot of pressure is being applied over here on the rooftop, which is going to have to prompt them to just back down for a moment. Things slow down with 10 seconds remaining. 4 squads left. Healthy teams, though, for Aim Assist, Rogue, and Liquid. MVP with only 2. That's what you're seeing right now. And a few of those barrels are going to go out just to give themselves a fighting chance. If anyone tries to push around, no one will be there, from what we could see, but they are predicting that that is where they're going to be. So with the caustic, they should actually be able to gas out anyone that tries to get aggressive on them. Perhaps Rogue's still on top of this rooftop. Thermites are out, won't do any damage. And drop, here's some bodies down below. No kills coming in quite yet, Brav.
Keep in mind, Rogue does have that zip, and if they do get the right kind of breaks and openers, they might take that. It's exposed enough that they don't really have to worry about it getting zipped on unless it's in a third-party scenario. So like you said, they're still sitting comfortably, and look at Rogue still firing damage through the cracks in that rooftop and just holding comfortably here. You saw that Vax did use that ult excel. He does have his caustic ult ready as well, so that could come into play later on. Aim Assist playing the low ground here. Yeah,
the low ground warriors. Arcstar's out. That's the MVP. Won't do anything to them. So much time left here. Anything can happen. Rogue, as it currently stands, have the high ground and a decent position. But remember, Team Liquid in World's Edge had this same kind of situation where they had a high ground. Granted, it wasn't quite like this. There are a few areas where they can safely drop down and have some safety. They also do have the comfort of the zip line too, in case things are going to get very, very hairy.
And to be honest, you just saw that Dropped also has his ult, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a second pre-zip. You're also going to see Snipe Down start to just fence off and do a little bit of harass there on the doors to make sure that no one can poke on them. And when they have to, that he'll continue fencing. Like I said, expecting to see another pre-zip within the next 30 seconds, maybe even a little bit earlier from dropped.
Yeah, that's some delicious BM there from you, Snipe Down. I see nothing's changed from your Halo days. Whether it's you with a sniper or you with a fence.
So like
I feel like there was a poem there, but it didn't. I just couldn't get it to run.
Yeah, it's okay. We got plenty of games. Yeah, you got plenty of games to get your poems in, GB. Don't worry.
Thanks, pal. All right. Team Liquid's
There's
going
the
to go
TP
for the
down.
run. Yeah, they're down. They're out. They're going to run right into that enemy team. They're located low. But that's just preemptive. The action's going to begin here, Bravo. We got 3 seconds remaining, and you know it is going to be an absolute bloodbath, and I'm here for it. Aim assist on the low ground. Rogue located up on high. Inside of that building is going to be Team Liquid, an MVP right in front. The circle's going to be closing in, but here comes the Gibraltar ult now. They're going to get inside of the bubble, but just like that, right out of the gate, Pow Pow and Vlaxon are going to go down. Aim assist looking to just utilize their teamwork to stay alive here, but Resulta, he goes up on high. It ain't going to work out for him. Now Rogue, and just look at the caustic gas gassing everyone. Oh my goodness, and Sweet just needs to stay alive. He has barely any HP remaining. We'll go up top now to the safe haven, but will be wiped away, and it's Team Liquid, the one squad that was in the worst possible position. They are your champion. Oh my word.
You could tell the rate there was just trying to hit the TP as well, just try to time it out in the end, not aware that exactly where the Liquid member was, unable to get shots on him. And in the end, Team Liquid, they close it out. And keep in mind where Team Liquid was coming into this game. They were in 11th, so it's a really big game 5, a big first game on Kings Canyon for the Liquid guys.
Just the fart gas everywhere. Like,
yep.
As soon as I believe it was Vaxlon got in there, he just chucked a million barrels and then just tried his absolute best to stay alive. But they died instantly because they had no chance out of that one. Team Liquid, though, they were inside. They were blocked by the fences. And there was just so much that could have gone wrong there for Liquid. But so much of it ended up going right in the end. Some of the highlights, though, everyone got over to the swamp so fast. And while TSM had some great heroics, they would be exiting early. Also unknown. I love the plays that they had here. They really needed a game like this. I think they got a decent amount of KP as well as some placement. So I'm sure that they're going to be rather satisfied with that one because Phony and Matt managed to stay alive long enough to get them within that top 10 or top 9, I should say. But that was just an insane game, Rob.
Yeah, I mean, this was a fantastic game. This was a Swamps game through and through in terms of just the movements that we saw. But man, oh man, did the teams that were in Swamps not play traditional kind of Watson up play. Instead, they were very willing to engage, to even move houses, and that's not something you see all the time. So here you're going to see on the end circle, Rogue is trying to find exactly who he can find on Liquid. Here's the 1v1. He hits the Q at 1 HP, and you could tell he's about to try to edge in the circle, but instead then hits the TP. You can't tell if he intentionally hits the TP because he knows that when he does TP, 2 things are going to happen, right? He's going to get the few extra seconds where a Liquid player could die, but he knows that once he gets that TP, he's going to get that death tick pretty much right away. You know, there is timing where he might not get that tick, which we've seen before, but in the end, he does go down. Rogue's going to be happy overall, though, with the way that they played that. Like I said, they were surgical. The only time that they made that push on TSM was when it was that third-party opportunity. Otherwise, they were also pretty aggressive in pushing out of their Swamps hut. So I liked what I saw from Rogue once again. I think it's a sign of good things, and man, is it ever different from the first 2 games that we saw from them.
Yeah, but I'm actually really happy for aim assist. Every single game, they have managed to find themselves within that top 5, top 4. Like, they're playing so well. If they could just get 1 win, we'll see them jettison up the leaderboard. But for now, though, we're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we're going to jump right back into Kings Canyon. Team Liquid, the day belonged to them for this first matchup in Kings. Whether or not they're going to be able to continue to do this is yet to be seen, but an awesome matchup was just had in the Swamps. Join us. This is the GLL Masters Summer America's Finals. We'll see you on the other side. We're back for the GLL Masters Summer Grand Finals for the Americas. Golden Boy along with Brav here. Game 1 on Kings Canyon brought us a swamp ending that was definitely swampy. I don't know. I had a really good closing for that, and it just didn't work out. Anyway, though, we hope you're having a really good time here, because it seems as if these matches are only going to continue to get more and more intense as time goes on. The clock is continuing to tick here, Bravo, for a lot of these teams, most notably TSM, who have been struggling to be able to stay alive going into the end game. It has not been a great run for them, as a lot of the notable teams from league play have found themselves either in top 2 finishes or even getting themselves some wins.
Yeah, as you said, I think the biggest omissions from the top 10 right now are certainly going to be Sentinels and TSM, and for good reason, just because they came in. Not only do we see them on the leaderboards week in, week out, regardless of what tournament they're playing in, but also keep in mind they came in number 1 and 2 out of the 4 weeks of league play. So, yeah, definitely a lot of opportunity for them to turn this around. Keep in mind, we have 8 games again tomorrow. Those teams are going to want to step it up through these next few, not just for the points, but they're going to want to get momentum out of this and then carry that all the way into tomorrow.
Yeah, and I do feel bad for like only targeting TSM, because yes, you're right. Sentinels has also been having a really rough time.
Bullying TSM.
Hey man, I'm sorry. Okay, I am a TSM fan. Always have been a fan of those players ever since I met them at X Games, and you know, it's just it's rough to see. But hey, if there's a team that could pick themselves back up, it's certainly going to be them. But here is a look at the leaderboard. This is the overall leaderboard, and Rogue in first place, taking that away from the Team Superior and MVP, who've been holding on to 1 and 2 for such a long time. They're going to be muscled out by Rogue and NRG.
Yeah, and one thing I do want to point out, let's keep in mind, we talked about it before the show started. It is a 10-point average that we're seeing in both EMEA as well as the Americas, and that's continued now. Look at Rogue after 5 games, 51 points on the board, and then you have a 46-46-46 three-way tie, second, third, fourth, NRG, MVP, and Superior. So we're seeing that continue today. The biggest thing I want to point out there, GB, is you no longer have the gap between 1, 2, 3 and the rest of the pack. Instead of any teams extending, you've instead seen this kind of scrunch where you have a much tighter top 5.
Yeah, I would say that things have more so leveled out. In the beginning, it was a tad lopsided, which you had noted before we even went live. You were talking about how that is about what you were expecting. And then I think I had mentioned when we went live that we were going to, you know, who knows, right? Each region could be playing out differently. But it's nice to see that things have kind of, you know, shaped out here. Everything is, I don't want to say normal as is, but I'm sure some of these players and teams would love to be able to argue for that top 5 spot. But they're just going to have to play harder, given that we have so many games left to play here. Now we're in match 6.
Look at this beacon that we got. Things are pulling due west, but not just that. They're not pulling off like we see for maybe an airbase or a runoff end where it's about half of our beacon kind of showing off of the coast. Instead, it is due center. And just think about, if you think about this part of the map in terms of how much is open there in terms of high desert and really everything surrounding everything west of Bunker, this is going to be punishing. Look how many teams to the east have very long trips ahead of them. This is going to be a pretty punishing zone if you think about just how open this area is.
It's going to be like the Oregon Trail Apex Edition. I wonder who's going to die from, what were some of the diseases? You remember Oregon Trail?
Oh man, I remember the game, but I try not to remember the diseases.
That game was rough, man. I forget. I got to remember some of them. I got to look it up now. I'm going to turn to the internet and remember what were the diseases, man, because these guys are going to be going for a bit of a trip. So hitch the wagon, grab a few horses. It's time to go for a ride. And while they're doing that, they're all going to be running into each other, Bravo. So lots of fights are going to take place. We haven't lost a squad yet, but I would not be shocked if it happens in a little bit, given how these players have just been pushing each other every chance they get.
Yeah, teams that were on that really anywhere far east, especially if you talk about teams that are looting out at the rig or broken relay, even swamps, they're going to make sure that loot path is as fast as it can be and maybe even rotate maybe 20 plus seconds earlier than they normally would just to get onto that path because they don't want to be getting in late. When you look at areas like Golden Sands, Connector, and then all the way even Pit, which could become part of this, it's going to get pretty nasty. But here we see some of our first battles in high desert.
Yeah, Prodigy Aces is going to get the down there onto Odd Freestyle, so Free Smoke is going to be playing without a man there in a 3v2, or in a, I should say, as this fight continues now. Team Superior, they're looking for the moment, the opportunity. Prodigy Aces did locate one. A few shots with the EVA is going to clean up Freestyle. I think they were trying to go for the pickup. They backed on out of there, recognizing they were just not going to be able to do so. Klain just lurking on the outside like that dude from Home Improvement. I mean, he was just out there lurking all weird and stuff.
I think Wilson is the man. I think Wilson's the man you're looking for. Yeah.
There it is. I may know the show, but I don't know the reference. But what I can tell you is I did diseases like measles or cholera, smallpox, tuberculosis. I think dysentery as well. Oregon Trail was brutal. I don't know. That game was rough. Fun fact, no one ever lived when I played that game. For some reason, I just always seem to get dysentery.
Oh, gosh. I don't know what to say, but we're on board with HRN as well as the guys here. It's going to be sent by AK as well as Fury, who are playing at Pitt Town. Like we said, Pitt and Pitt Town are going to be pretty hot spots in this game, and it's already heating up as one of our early battles in the game.
HRN on the outside. Pressure from on front here. Simply Arcane should be okay, and he goes in for this one. Result is going to get the down, by the way, on Aberleli off screen. I don't know if you saw that pop up there for a moment, but this fight continues on here. Fury so low in health, but does get the shot on Urice, keeping his team going along with AkBT Dubs.
That's going to be a great job. That's going to be 303 right there. Able to get those hits on HRN, a team that we said we're watching, but they're all the way down in 12th at this point, which is a brutal place for them to be. They're going to win that Pitt Town battle, and as we thought, like these little spots, if you look at buildings within High Desert, Pitt Town, and eventually Bunker West, once it's kind of the final choke, are all areas we're going to keep an eye on. As you see also 303 looking at Connector, as we said, one of the chokes that we're going to be looking at in a big way in this game. But now they've got to be worried because there's teams to both due east and due west.
Yeah, Kings Canyon with all these chokes and these angles that can be held will be so challenging for players to try and force their way out. That's why having characters like a Gibraltar, obviously a Wraith, will be a huge advantage to you, just to give you a little bit of added protection as you look to embark on your journey across the map, which all these teams are going to have to do, making their way due west. We had an east pull where we went all the way to the east coast. Now we're going to the West Coast. It's like a hip hop in the 90s.
It's true. Big rivalry here, not only in the 90s rap game, but also in...
Because we know the 90s rap game is ever relevant today, Bravo.
I would say, yeah, there's a countless parallels I would make between the games that we're seeing here and the 90s rap game for sure. But also now Team Liquid, a team that we have really enjoyed watching today, and they've now made their way into 6th place. They're a little bit off of that three-way tie for 46. They have 38 points, but still a team that is so dominant. We've seen what they can do this year alone. Just talking about really, their 2nd place most recently in the ALGS Super Regional number 3, a set of players that is set to do damage here as we go back on board with Team Superior, who's fallen a bit. I believe they're in that 3-way tie for 3rd.
Yeah, they have, I think these last few games haven't been all that great for them as far as like the results I'm sure that they would have wanted to be able to pick up from, but it is enough to keep them competitive. Their performance in World's Edge has most certainly been the positive that they take away from this, but now Superior off to the high ground. Prodigy Ace is just setting up that portal eventually, and this fight in High Desert, all these teams that are here, and I actually like the fact that Team Superior, they are focusing on just getting further upward rather than staying on that low ground. They'd rather take that high ground in case anyone has to cross that big bridge. There's just going to be a lot of activity over there, though, Bravo.
Here's the question. Is this a tech drone or a reps drone? We are going to find out shortly. Now just doing a whole lot of scouting, and now we haven't seen a ton of drone scouting throughout the games today, just because we haven't seen tech and reps that much into the late game. So we haven't been treated to that much crypto scouting, but maybe we'll get a little bit in this game here, especially as you have so much open ground, and anyone who's holding these buildings is going to want to know what kind of routes they might be able to take. So we'll keep an eye on that as well.
Well, those drones ain't going to come from TSM because they are out of there. They are wiped out. 3rd team to go. That actually came from Solafide. Again, Solafide does not respect TSM, and I'm here for it. I'm all about that. Let them know. Let them know who you is. I like that.
It is a tough result for TSM, as once again we talked about so many games to play. However, in 13th place now, and so often we see that they do create a very difficult hill to climb for themselves, and many times they do indeed end up climbing said hill, but we'll have to see after match 6 to find out what their story will be, because now all the focus will be here, of course, on the rest of this game, and it's going to be a very different type of zone. If you think about what we just saw at Swamps, there's a lot of buildings to grab. You have to think about the available real estate at Hydro as well as Labs. And I mean, Swamps, the highest concentration of buildings without a doubt. You have the exact opposite here in game number 6. You have a giant open desert with a few buildings in the middle. So you're not going to see teams claiming all this external real estate. You're going to see some really hard edge fights that are going to determine this. And here we are at Capes.
Yeah, kind of like what we're witnessing right now. Sentinels now looking to get into the action here. Team's going to pop that bubble up ahead. They don't have an angle to apply some shots there, but Peach slides on down, does get the crack. They know that they have the opportunity in front of them. It's going to be Wraith One Tricks just staying alive, and it's Teen holding the fort down for Zenial and Sauceror, which they do manage to bail out of there. And Teen's going to have to run out too, because that Gibraltar ult forces him out of that coverage. No time to be able to use that battery because he's going to take some damage there. Sentinels now on the prowl. Peach needs to be careful, though. He is going to be so weak. He has to back up and try and heal up as fast as he possibly can so he can get back into a fighting position. Losing that Gibraltar will definitely hurt them a lot. Wraith One Tricks, despite the fact that they were running away from this one, it's going to be Sentinels that are actually going to be bailing out of this fight, Brav, and Wraith One Tricks will get closer to that edge.
What a great fight between these two. I mean, this is back and forth. As you just saw that tug-of-war battle, we saw Teen opening up with great wing shots. Senox answers back right away with some wing shots of his own, and really great kind of back and forth between these two teams. You don't always see such a clean opportunity, especially when you start to head to open parts of the map like there, like Golden Sands, but we got to see some really good back and forth kind of jousting between those two as we stay on board with Sentinels.
Yeah, and given as well that Wraith One Tricks, they were going to be in that area where they were just on high ground, but they weren't really all that covered. And then as well, I think it was going to be Zenial and Sauceror. They were all just had no shields, so they needed to be able to battery up as fast as they could. And the tables have certainly turned on this one, Brav. Sentinels are going to be the one being chased now, as they'll take coverage inside of this building. Job done. At least they got inside. They weren't able to get any KP out of it, but hey, they're still going to be able to fight in this game. Now, Team Liquid, your winners of game 5, they are going to be without Casper here.
Yeah, I'm glad that our observers got to go ahead and switch over to Runoff, because I think everyone was probably curious exactly what was happening at Runoff. We know this is still included, and we know that things will be moving even further southeast away from it, but there's no doubt that an area like Runoff is going to be a big part of this, and Rogue actually on the Forest side, all the way just off of Westworld, actually trying to make their move past Runoff and see exactly what they can do here. As a reminder, Rogue, your #1 team right now after 5 games.
Rogue had a slow start. They were running the Revenant Crypto composition. I saw Snipedown talking about it on Twitter. I think they just realized it wasn't really working out for them, so they went with something that was a bit more traditional, more their taste. Solafide have had ups and downs as well. Another team is going to be inside and located at the room on the opposite end of this one, and they have no idea. Oh, so much damage done onto Matt Pickett and company. Oh my word, it is a massacre inside of that room. And Solafide just have them dead to rights, and they will take all of those points.
Clarify with the beautiful 99 spray opener. You saw how much damage he did, and his teammates did not hesitate. They flew right back in to pick up those points. And another surgical fight, but take a look at this Petty Boss actually getting the down on Pride.
Indeed, a very, very petty play there from the boss man. He wanted to just down Pride as soon as he could. I don't know if did he get the kill confirmation? Not too sure.
Looked like he was just down. Curious if we're going to see the rest of the team TP. You can kind of see him sitting on that. Not exactly sure, but don't have time to worry about that because we got to see what aim assist does through this exchange. As we said, moving through this open ground, especially trying to move north here, is going to be so difficult.
Designful with that alternator, hemlock combination, lots of damage being output, and aim assist. Even though they're taking shots from the left, they do manage to get a few kills there. Well done by them, and they'll just bail out of this, get coverage, and battery back up for another fight. 303 Esports. Sorry, that was actually going to be MVP.
MVP, yeah.
You know, I think they lost one player. Not sure who that was. It switched before I can get a look at it.
I believe it was Vax this time. Yes, they lost Vax, and apologies, of course, that the team label in-game in the OBS client is labeled as 303, but you guys know this is MVP. Of course, taking a look here, we also did see, you might have caught it in the kill feed just now, we did see Sentinels out as well. They're going to be our 5th team to go out. So MVP finds themselves in a 2-player scenario once again, still in 2nd place, but as we said, lots to play for here in that 3-way tie. And these next 2 games here are really going to be a deciding factor. Excuse me, these next 3 games are going to be a deciding factor in terms of who pulls away out of that gridlock tie.
Getting some fried Watson here. Murdog runs right into the loving hands of a Pathfinder down low, and it's Casper from Team Liquid, and Rakinishu will be there to help his buddy out. Some more shots are being exchanged out. Murdog, oh man, that was just the end of Max Dog. Team Liquid, they made them pay for taking out their colleague Casper, and they'll take all that loot for that effort.
Absolutely. They lose Casper there, but now they're going to be having to make that move. And as we said, not surprised to see so many teams still playing runoff south compared to the other available parts on the map. It's undoubtedly the most cover for now. That will soon change, but we head all the way south into kind of where Golden Sands meets High Desert now. And
it's aim assist out here, waiting and camping on this port in case anyone decides they want to come back in. Designful jumps in, gentrifying as well. Oh, very bold play from him. Look at that alternator do work. Don't let anyone ever tell you different. Oh boy, but Designful, he tried to grapple out of there, and while that was going on, ended up dying or getting downed in that one. Wraith 1 Tricks have an opportunity in front of them, but are they going to take this? No, because they're very weak. They need time to be able to heal up.
These 2 teams still going at it here as they've had to make that move, and it was a really good, like you said, alt play. From that, I believe it was not just a purple mag, excuse me, but also a purple stabilizer to melt that Gibby. That was going to be Saucer on the end of that melt, but both of them will decide to disengage once again. A lot of these teams showing each other respect as we see a few more teams here, TPH as well, removed from the game, but back on board with Liquid. We saw them lose Casper earlier. We'll see what they can do here as they still have to make a pretty big move. They're still just the tiniest bit east of runoff, and they have a big move south across open ground. They're first trying to get some poke damage first to try to make that route a little bit easier.
Flanker from the safety of up on top here along with the Kraber continues to harass that Watson.
It looks like a Kraber, but it's a Sentinel.
Sorry, a Sentinel. My bad. I apologize. Sentinel.
I can't blame you. On a fast look, it certainly looked, and to be honest, it was hitting hard as well as we go back here.
If it was a Kraber, it would have been dead, though.
That's true. That's true. That thing would have hit real hard as we go back on board with Solafide. This is trouble for Pride.
Yeah, Pride, no stranger to situations like this in the past. Lest we forget, Pride was the one that gave Solafide that 3rd place finish on World's Edge with the radius of plays, just staying alive as long as he could. And so Solafide have had a decent run thus far. We see a lot of activity around them too, and there's not much opportunity for them to get into the fray. That bubble's going to be down to protect that team that is currently being Gibraltar ulted from up on high. There's a team located around them too, and actually NRG, they're going to go inside of this room and they're going to go for the fight now. That's going to be the kill onto Mercy only. Rocker really banged up, but they got those downs. They picked up a few kills there, and hey, job well done.
Rocker holding his ground. Yeah, holding his ground with that Mastiff so well. You saw how much damage he just did. He's going to kind of just edge around here, try to figure out exactly where he might want to get his heels off, but huge play there from Rocker as he's just going to play this edge. I think we saw at least 2 cells in the inventory, so he'll get back into this in just a bit, but great stuff from him.
An overall opportunity, and if he does heal, would reveal where he is in case people are going to be around there. They're going to hear the heal. So we have 2 players left with, or 2 teams left with 1 solo player remaining. It is Energy and MVP.
And I think that's going to be it for Liquid, as we saw them drop in the tracker there. That'll be Team Liquid who is out. I don't think we caught exactly what their demise looked like, but they'll be out of the game now as we go back on board with Solafide. Just like that, there's 8 squads left, and things pull even further west, away from those actual kind of central high desert buildings.
Yeah, they got a big portal there too, Bravo, into the safe zone. There was a player located right at the other side of that wall, so when they get in there, they're going to get into a fight.
And this is, I was just about to ask, and of course our observing team is 1 step ahead of me. I wanted to know who's in the single building that is kind of just above airbase, and it is going to be Smile. They have to try to hold this Thank goodness for them that they do have a Watson. They're going to be able to play this a lot differently than if they didn't, but they're going to try to hold this as best as they can. Now, still 8 squads left, and Smile's going to establish, this is what you got to do. You have to establish a little bit of a bigger perimeter here. They've also got this wall cover, which is going to be huge in giving them just a few more angles to engage from.
Yeah, with the 3 of them inside of that small room, not really going to work out for them. But with 1 player on the outside playing the corner as well, can get some idea of when players are going to be hanging out around them. Now, watch out for that bubble. It's going to come down in a second. Credit to that player for diving right into this bubble here for Pride. They're going to try and force them out, but oh my word, the ult comes through from the Gibraltar, and now Pride, he had to try and phase out of that one. So many players from SF are going to be down. Look at the shots coming in, and Snipedown gets himself a few kills in the feed there. As you can see, NRG go down. Solafide is going to be out of the action, and it's going to be Smile inside of this tiny little hut here who managed to get the last lav, at least for the time being.
Absolute carnage, as you saw if you tracked that feed. Smile picking up a lot of that damage, but Rogue also picking up a lot of that. As we talked about, that was kind of the biggest move that we had been waiting for in this game so far. Drop is going to try to grapple out. We'll see if he can live to tell these tales now, just with 4 squads left.
I don't know if they're really going to have an opportunity to pick him up, perhaps with all the activity going on down low. Now, Wraith One Tricks have taken over the building that Solafide are underneath. Sorry, not Solafide, Smile are underneath. Funny enough, they have no position, Rogue, and because of that, the only thing that was helping them out was that tree blocking a little bit of the vision, but it ain't going to be enough at players at this level of play. They will try and isolate and take advantage. This crater here maybe could be the thing that helps them come back into the fight.
That thermite not going to hit, and they're going to be thanking their lucky stars that neither the arc hits either is Rogue, and they somehow get everyone up and they get heals just thanks to this little bit of terrain. Their opponents know that they are here, but they all get their heals off as well if Snipedown can get a few cells here as well.
That is massive there, Bravo. They are one of 2 teams with a full roster still in the fight. And on top of which, you know, there are going to be a focus up on high here, the Wraith One Tricks. Rogue's going to jump in, trying to get this KP. Nice shots there from the Mastiff. Now you're going to have Sweet in the action as well. But Snipedown to nothing, trying to go in for the melee. But Smile will pick up the scraps at the end. They were the rats down low. I love that play inside of that hut. They were the sole team to take the only hard cover that was available. And they are your champions of match 6.
Yeah, as soon as you saw everything kind of shift away from the high desert central buildings and to, like we said, the single soul shack that is just north of Airbase, you probably had a good idea that Smile was in a really good spot. And in the end, they played that perfectly. They timed it well. They didn't panic. Rogue on the aggressive, I like to see that from Rogue. In the end, that push did not pan out for them, but I think they need to keep bringing that confidence and KP-minded playstyle to really kind of dictate the pace and the direction of the battle. They, in the end, lose that one, but they're still going to be pretty happy with the points that they got on the board for sure, GB.
Oh, without a doubt, because they surely shouldn't have been able to find success given that they were in a really rough position. Everyone could see them, and there happened to just be that one part of land that was indented that they got inside of. It gave them enough time to be able to heal up. With all the players that were dealing with one another on the outside, they managed to get on top there. But here are some of the crazy moments throughout this game. Smile, they had a few close calls, but they are the winners. And it was only a matter of time for that team because they've also been extremely consistent. Here's what I was talking about before. So Rogue were on top of that platform. Smile, they were hanging out down low and dropped when he grappled away, was down by Mini, which is funny because we were like worried that he was going to get shot by the player that he was going up against, but instead it was the guys located down low. And the Gibraltar ult, if I'm correct, was used at that perfect time. Either way, that was just well done by Smile. Everything could have gone wrong. They were inside of that hut for so long. They could easily have gotten forced out of there, but instead they managed to hold their ground.
Yeah, and the way that they established presence with fences was really important, and made sure that they held that wider space like we talked about. The other thing that's important to note is you have to wonder if dropped hit only one of the 3 Mastiff shots, and he was first off of the zip. If he hits maybe 2 of the 3, or even 3 of the 3, which of course we know he's capable of, might have been a very different fight. I think when Snipedown was the last alive, you might have been a bit surprised because you saw just before that Snipedown and crew, despite the fact that they had no cover at all, they all got each other up. They popped at least most of their heals to come back to 75% health or more, and then they actually had some good openers, especially with the scout play. So I think they were a bit surprised when they took that zip that things played out the way that they did. But in the end, like you said, Smile plays it very well here in that 6th game.
Hey, and that's all you can ask from Smile. They managed to weather the storm. There was no space to work with, and Smile managed to get the only building in the yard. Anyway, that is going to do it for match 6. What a game it was. Smile walk away victorious. Rogue have another very strong conclusion too, which I'm sure will look great in the leaderboard when we take a look at that, and I'm sure you're going to want to see that as well. The good news is the leaderboard and so much more will be coming up on the other side. We'll see you in a few. And we are back for more Kings Canyon action for GLL Masters Summer Grand Finals of the Americas. I'm Golden Boy along with Bravo. Smile picked up the victory in match 6 with a very, very awesome bunker hold. Like a little hut. They were just in this hut the whole time. They managed to just own that entire area. And although we saw a valiant effort from, the likes of Rogue, for example, it was not enough, and Smile picked up the victory. Bravo, some just amazing games so far. Let's take a look at the scoreboard and reflect on what we've seen at this point in time.
Dude, they've been amazing games, and it's been so fun to cast these with you, and I know everyone in chat's been loving them too. We thank you guys for hanging out with us tonight through the first part of our Apex Marathon, but taking a look here at the end of actually how the points went down. Take a look, a 3-way tie in terms of the actual game total points between Wraith, One Tricks, Rogue, and Smile, the 3 teams that were holding in the end.
Yeah, although Smile won the game outright, they actually didn't end in first place. It would be Wraith One Tricks with 10 kills picked up, and Rogue had 8 kills of their own. Also notable, Sentinels, Solo Mid, Unknown even, who had a really big game, I think, in match 6. All those teams are going to be down there. And now we look at the overall leaderboard. Rogue still holding on to first place with 66 points. NRG creeping ever so closely, and also, Smile have climbed up a few ranks, but not in the top 10 yet.
Need I remind you, GB, that Rogue's first 2 games essentially were wipes with no points. So Rogue in 4 games has essentially started to pull away here. And now I know that they did get a few points, of course, through those first 2 games, so it's not maybe a fair or assessment. But let's just keep in mind that they had very early exits in game number 1 and 2, and now they're in first with 66. That is a dominant performance as we're starting things off here with our last game winners. It's Smile.
Now I'm going to keep it real with you, Brav. At what point do we begin to grow extremely concerned for Sentinels? TSM as well, but Sentinels, they were in 20th place. We've had 6 games now.
Oh, now you want to worry. Now you want to worry about Sentinels.
Yes, I'm
now
worrying
you want to worry about Sentinels.
I'm sorry. Listen, I've been casting a lot of Valorant, and when you cast that game, if you actually say anything bad about Sentinels, people hate you. Okay, so I've become conditioned to not saying anything, Rob. Conditioned.
That's not good. Here we go. Take a look at this. Actually, we're going to see some openers here from Panders as well as Tech. And actually, Solo Fide as our first team out. It's a runoff battle. These 2 teams dropping on each other. And it's actually going to be TPH in the end, all the way from 18th place that takes down Solo Fide. And Solo Fide is the one who actually has the bigger losses there as we get an idea of where we're going. And it's not too far from where we were last game. Actually, we're headed due west again. All the things now, we get the beacon. It's going to be airbase gauntlet, as well as still a lot of that high desert area included. So not terribly dissimilar routes here in terms of where these teams are needing to rotate from the last game.
If you're one of the players that are like Capacitor or hydro repulsor, you're just like, are you serious, game? Like, that's basically what you're saying. 2 games in a row, even for the guys over at Swamps, just everyone on the East Coast, they're all just tight because now they're gonna have to. Now the joke can apply. They have to go and Oregon Trail their way over to the West, and let's hope they don't get tuberculosis or a variety of other diseases like dysentery.
We also got to wonder. I don't know if you caught that on the mini map, but would you cut it out with the diseases? We also got to worry about what's going on at Broken Coast. I think we saw 2 teams that were kind of in between Crossroads as well as Octane's Gauntlet. So we're going to keep an eye on exactly what happens over there. We'll see. We'll go ahead and now take a look. Also at Airbase, it's early rotate as well. Excuse me, not an early rotate, but rather the team that has dropped on Airbase is going to be want to gatekeep as best as they can in terms of seeing teams that are kind of rotating into this open area.
That would be so challenging, and this team that's out towards slums will get so much loot out of this. I wonder who that is going to be able to profit out of that one. This is Matt Pickett and his team. They're getting tagged up a little bit. They'll be all right. Team unknown. I think game 6 was pretty decent for them. I don't remember where they are right now in the feed. In the leaderboard. They're in 14th place currently with 19. Not impossible for them to try and muscle their way into a better position, but so far it has not necessarily been the case.
Definitely, a rougher set of games for them. No placements within the top 4 that we're seeing for that side. But as we said, taking a look here at Aim Assist, a bit more central, see exactly what moves they do from that kind of south central area.
Aim Assists have been incredibly consistent every single time we've seen them. Look at Superior Prodigy Aces in this, I guess danger area, like outside of the normal play space. You can't be too high. You can't get on top of those buildings normally.
Yeah, here are the 2 teams actually here are the 2 teams I was wondering about when I said teams that are going to maybe meet each other around Salvage, Broken Coast, Gauntlet. We're actually seeing that battle go out right now, but we're also seeing battles across the map as well for the iShiny Muffins as well as Protectful crew.
And a decent start at the beginning on World's Edge. A few top 4 finishes. I think game 1 they started and ended in 2nd place, I want to say, and just had a few moments. But now look at the team that actually won game 6. This goes to show you that the tides turn so fast in Apex Legends. Smile are all banged up, as well as Free Smoke. They're out here just, I didn't know it was April already, but I think it's going to clear up, so they'll be okay. NRG putting in some more shots. Frexus gets it down onto Rambo. Nathan cleans him up. And just from the long range pressure to Nathan out there with the R99, they're just trying to get this KP so that they can continue to add on to the board here. And they will do just that. Odd freestyle. I mean, that just sucks for Free Smoke, who have just been targeted. And Smile, they're out. Solafide is going to be out too. And I wouldn't be shocked if Free Smoke get out too with how things have been going for them. And yep, there it is. Free Smoke is out of here.
Yep, and Nathan knew as soon as he sent someone towards Frex that kill would be cleaned up, but actually we're still seeing even more action here alongside Salvage. This is the first time we're seeing this in the America's Grand Final. Haven't seen much of this part of the map at all if you take a look at aim assist movement here.
So they'll bring Designful back inside of this bubble. They had to use it. They'll also benefit from Gibraltar resing his teammate, which is going to be noticeably quicker inside of the bubble. And Gentrifying just going back in and out of that teleporter, but I don't know what he was trying to get out of that one. Instead, gets tagged up.
Yeah, I think what he was trying to decide to just see if TP was safe. He knew there was a team in that building, and he thought maybe that TP that was just outside, maybe he was just checking to see if that was safe for the team. As soon as he saw it wasn't, he's going to kind of rotate back, and they're going to just sit in this bottom building. I don't think they knew exactly that Unknown also had this height. They knew that there was a team low, but here you have now Unknown with ultimate height and just going to try to rain down these bullets, and it's really just going to be a matter of time and determine exactly if they want to hold this as long as they can and the patience that Aim Assist has.
A lot of angles that will be in their advantage. Ooh, they'll send some shots back over, put a little respect on their name. Phonyhead's going to have to go right back in and just battery up.
And we got to talk about just how, I mean, that's a great TP there to just have that height, and then they can go all the way, go back. They're not going to have to worry about a team flying up to that height. Be very, very unlikely that a team would actually zip, as they're going to expose themselves even more too. But as I said, Aim Assist just needs to be patient here. There's no reason that they have to panic because a team has that kind of angle on them. They still have a lot of options in terms of getting out of here, and we're going to see this side go for one more push here. We'll see exactly if Unknown can do the kind of damage that they need to do.
Yeah, and every single time that Unknown, or I should say Phony Head for a matter of fact, pokes out, he ends up getting punished. So that's to back away. They have the eyes right on them, but the high ground is into their advantage.
They're going for the mega zip.
That's like the giga zip. That is beautiful. Are they gonna get out of this? They do. They just yeeted out of there.
I think they're getting out of it. I mean, if you think about the distance there, especially when you have Phony Head, no matter how good the 99 spray might be from distance, there you go. Aim assist, they're going to get out of it.
What a play.
Got all chipped out quite a bit. You're going to see some meds drop down right away for the team, but they do exactly as you said, GB. They eat right out, and they are going to be just fine at Gauntlet. So I like what I saw from them just now. Play it patient. Even though they had a huge disadvantage against Unknown, it was unlikely that Unknown would fly at them, and that's exactly what we saw. But Unknown has new targets in their sights.
Yeah, it feels like Unknown are always going to find someone around them, given the amount of people that are circling that area. Phony Head is going to go down. Matt Pickett can't get in there quite yet. Needs to destroy that fence, and then he can get over to Crummy to help him out, though. Some more shots are down. Stomps goes down, actually, as a turn of events there. But Matt Pickett's going to get tagged from a distance, and that is going to be the end of Unknown's journey here in match number 7. NRG are actually going to be in the action. They're going up against the Aim Assist crew that flew over to Octane's area, but NRG manages to rise to the occasion, and they will get the kills.
There's undoubtedly a third party at Gauntlet. So much that we just saw, but in a crazy turn of events, we actually see Unknown losing that fight. That was Ziploc Bags that answered back, despite the fact that it was absolutely Unknown that was kind of making the aggro play and aggressing to open that engagement. In the end, Ziploc Bags wins it. But as you said, NRG also getting the cleanup on Aim Assist. There was definitely a third party there as well. Now we're also seeing what's going on at Runoff here with Rogue. Once again, a little bit of deja vu. They're making that same move.
Off screen, TSM Imperial How, I believe, took out Nocturnal from Liquid. So I'm sure we'll keep tabs on that one. Pow Pow, also a down on Casper. Flanker is going to be the last man standing for Team Liquid. Just not many options that he has here inside of Runoff.
For the first time in several games, GB, the time we look at MVP, they actually have 3 members up. So despite having everything against them, they've done well to stay in 4th place. And this is the first time we're seeing them as a squad of 3. I want to say since World's Edge. So they've done well to have a little bit better of an opening here.
Yeah, it's genuinely impressive how they've managed to remain competitive throughout this. Even though they struck first, right? First blooded, they were able to get that big win. And oh no, this is another really rough situation for TSM to find themselves in. Reps will be in that shadow state. Now Mercy only is going to be playing behind this tree. Does manage to do some damage there, but it isn't going to be enough. Reps does have that safety to be able to go in freely and challenge for this fight. TSM should be back into a fighting posture. Meanwhile, MVP waiting for them. They're hanging out near that tunnel. They'll just have to bail out of this one, or at least Madness will. Go right back over to Vax.
And that was New Brainers that was on the receiving end of the TSM kills just now. We saw really nice stuff there. Reps also gets that swap out of that to make sure that he does not take too much damage from the side that was engaging them. So TSM live through here. They've had some trouble in the mid game, as we've seen throughout the day in day number 1, but they will now be into our bottom 15, which is really weird to say, but here they will try to see if they can have a better performance in match number 7.
I believe they did this one time, I want to say, in match 3 on World's Edge. Could be wrong. It's been a rocky start for one of the best teams in the Americas. But now, do we have a rat, Bravo?
I don't know if this is a Gibby rat. Let's see exactly how many we have. It is Zeratrick.
It is.
And if we have a second for the rat cam, I think there's time maybe for a little bit more poetry. Now, this was a big one. I've been hanging out with Twitch chat all day for Emi as well. And if you guys have been listening to the music and breaks, this one is for you here. So this rat here has to hide all game, all in search of fortune and fame. It's probably because of his favorite song, Show Me the Money, which we all sing along. I hope that he can win this trial because, you know, it's all about the lifestyle. Good luck, rat, for which this cam is named. As long as you get the points, you needn't be ashamed.
Wow. Brilliant.
Oh man,
Brilliant.
Thank you guys. I appreciate
Truly.
it. Best of luck here to Zara Tricky.
I'm just,
Wow, thank you guys.
I can't
Wow.
believe that you managed to just time and time again stun us with your talent.
What can we say, man? It's all about the lifestyle. Here we go now. It's very tricky to wrap, but there's much, much more, of course, to be focusing on here. As we look at Rogue once again, still making that slow rotation south, a team that has been playing real well today all day, still in first place, and they've actually pulled away for the first time in a long time as we see TSM. Now Hal trying to make that move. He's taking quite a bit of damage and needs to be careful.
No. Reps gets cleaned up by Rogue. They had them right in their sights. So they'll get one member of TSM while the others do bounce out. Also, they have eyes on another target located inside of this building here. Does this nade do enough damage to try and force this player out? No, it doesn't. But they see them there just inside of that corner. I mean, what an angle. What a spot that Abralelli was in. I mean, that was like the rattiest of spots. But TSM, once again, unfortunately to say, get out of here. Ain't gonna happen.
And not in the top 10. It's been a rough day for TSM fans. I know we got a bunch in the chat, especially since during EMEA I had to answer, I think, 600 times if
when
TSM was playing. But yeah, exactly. Here we now see in our our top 11 squads for this game. Rogue's going to be happy with how this one has gone so far. And as we said, they're going to be very comfortable playing this route all the way down from runoff. It's very similar to what we saw in the last game. But now also taking a look at MaxDog, who's already just going to go ahead and fly right past the airbase exterior and try to make their way in.
Now, MaxDog have had some moments of greatness where a few, top finishes for them have kept them in this battle for as long as possible. And if they can keep doing this, I have great faith in this team for tomorrow. ISMP now will be bailing out. They do have a port all set up. There is a player actually located right to the south there, and they're going to look to just try and target this one individual out. 11 squads will remain. And with this circle now closing in, we're going to start to see some more players begin to make their way out in this direction. I think they may have found the rat.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Oh, no, that wasn't him. That wasn't him.
You're right. It's Rakinishu.
Yeah, Rakinishu. Unfortunately, Rakin does go down. Will be targeted there by Rogue, and there wasn't many opportunities for Rakinishu to get out of that.
Thank you, guys. There he is.
A rat.
We sent him our best wishes here now.
Did he pick up a pebble from the floor? It looked like...
Let's see. Whoa. Shots from the distance, as we see, if I'm not mistaken, that was Sweet that would have gone down on Rogue's POV. But here's Zero Tricky, still alive. He knows he's going to play that edge. What? The snipe down goes down as well here. And now it's all up to dropped again.
Yeah, well, he can't bring his teammates back in, but they're going to run in here. I think they're going to just get right on top of them, and they're going to jump in for this fight. There's nothing to protect him. The nades are out. Drop's going to have to back away here. His teammates, he did get Sweet back in. Snipe down is so low, and I don't think they will be able to pick him up because he ended up getting tagged by the nade. And no, it is not going to work out. Drop gets the cheekiest of spots. He doesn't have, does he have? Okay, so he has a minute and 30, and can he zipline up?
He'll be able to grapple up, no doubt. Take a look at this. Drop is going to fly right back in. There was no doubt about that. He's going to have to say sayonara to his teammates. Now he will be a solo as well. Dropped finding just a little bit of a corner and up and over the airbase wall, but he will be the last one to fight for the Rogue squad to see how many points he can put on the board.
Yeah, I was a little concerned. I was like, wait a minute, no, he has the grapple. He can just use that rather than using the zip, but I can't see an opportunity that he'll have to use the zip. But we have ourselves yet another rat cam. Multiple rat cams out today, Bravo.
We do.
Interesting.
Dual rat cam.
I would actually like to share a poem that I have. Is that okay?
Sure. I would. I'd love to hear it.
Okay, well, here we go. The rat is back, and I know that you could hide in a sack, but sadly, oh no, I messed this up. And
dude,
sadly,
what is this?
Wait, hold on. The rat is back, and I know that you'd rather hide in a sack, but sadly, the vultures will gobble you up like a snack.
We'll talk about that after.
They cleaned up. They cleaned up toward the end. Thank you. I still got the. You want to know why? Because I'm on a TV show with Dwayne Johnson, so you can't really say anything bad to me.
You still got the applause, but here's now dropped, as we said, fighting alone, and it's going to be tough. But keep in mind, every point's going to matter because they are your team that's not only in first, but they're out in front. They're going to want to try to extend that. If he can play into the late game, Rogue will continue to hold that #1 spot into Game 8, and then maybe even after Game 8, which would be a nice boost. But now take a look at MVP. Still 3 players strong here. Madness going to be on gold. Pow, as well as Vax, going to be on purple. They're looking good here at Gauntlet.
Yeah, so long as they can keep themselves going in this game, it will actually put them in a dominant position in the overall leaderboard. Maybe even a win could be huge for them. They do have a few kills as well. And these players on the transition in the tunnels. And look at that, though. Shots from the distance. I have to force them back. I think just for a moment that you'll have that safe angle, but it ends up not really working out for them there. And that is going to be NRG, who they are still hanging out here at the X Games.
Absolutely. They've never left. They have never left, as they're going to kind of continue to hold this down. It was probably like almost a year ago to the day that the X Games was. Maybe, actually, I know it was a little bit before then, a little bit over a year. But now taking a look here, once again, at Shiny Muffins and Protectful, they're making a very difficult route. You know, there's not a lot of cover here alongside these rocks that sit just a little bit towards that southern side. We'll see what they can do. Getting heals off, tries to get a bat. Muffins can't finish it, though. It's also tough days for Shiny and Protectful as they're both getting absolutely beamed here, just trying to do anything they could do to stay alive.
Yeah, their only option was to make their way over to this truck. I believe they have a portal that they can use. iShiny should have one available, but everyone knows that they're going to be located here. Some more shots beginning to set in. iShiny and Protectful hugging this wall. I bet they wish that they could just, you know, go inside of it and just dig a hole and get underneath, but unfortunately not going to be an option in this game here. Now Ziploc bags, not a lot of discussion regarding them because typically Gobble will be the last player left alive and just never really pans out for them. They're very much in this discussion toward the end. Oh, that was a rough one. iShiny tried to bring his teammates over, but they were just in the crossfire with no options.
And look at this pull here. You're going to see right now NRG still holding this side of Gauntlet. This is where they want to be. 9 seconds till this move, and now they're going to be really aware of anyone kind of dropping in now. Nathan does need to be a little bit careful just because he does expose himself to quite a few angles if he tries to get that finish there on that Wraith. Everyone's just trying to fly in towards them, and Nathan says no.
Yeah, well, that Pathfinder thought wrong. That is unfortunate for Drop. That was a good try for Rogue to give them a little bit more placement points. I believe that's going to be a top 7 finish. But look at this. The new brainers. That's Zeratricky, I believe. Yes, Zeratricky's still alive. He's creeping up behind him.
Look at this. He's not shooting.
Behind him.
He's not shooting. He's just playing edge. He's just trying to stay alive as long as he can. We'll see what he can do here.
What a god! Oh, Zeratricky, man! What a play! I give you all the credit in the world. Your team should have died ages ago. You should have been out of this one way earlier, but he gave them a 6th place finish. I think he tried to join them. He tried to join that team. It was like, hey, you want to form an alliance? Unfortunately, it's against the rules, man. You can't do that.
He tried to play it real cool. He wasn't able to do so. MVP somehow is still with 3 players alive now, and it's Team Superior that said you cannot sit here. Seats taken. They're still going to try to do a little bit of poke damage up into the height that exists here at Octane's Gauntlet, and NRG still holding strong. You can see through those outlines just how many players are alongside the edge of that wall. It's Nathan who goes down, but they still have good position with 4 squads left.
Can you imagine Superior in that instance? They're like, 1, 2. Why do we have 2 Gibraltars? Just would have been ridiculous. All right, well, the action continues here. Wraith 1 tricks are going to be in the ultimate low ground. Some fences there to give him protection, as well as that pylon. Recharging the shields, not utilizing any of the resources so that they, when they absolutely need to use it, they will. But I don't imagine a world where they're going to have many chances to do so. MVP have eyes on NRG, who have made the top of that platform home. They've been in this area the whole time, bullying anyone out at any opportunity they had.
But take a look at the pull. Take a look at the pull. As you see right now, the setup that MPP has, and they have it all barreled up as well. It's going to be on that last part of the building, and we'll see exactly how this plays out. But they have a little bit of height right now, and they're going to let this play out as Wraith 1 Tricks is going to have to take this fight on the low ground.
Yeah, the Gibraltar ult is going to force them underneath the staircase, and they don't have the bubble to be able to give them some added protection. Here we go now. Zenial inside of this one, but low on health. He's lost Sauceror. Tain is still going to be in the battle, but now he goes down, and that is going to be the cleanup. And it comes from up on high. NRG pick up a few kills, but MVP in the thick of things. They pick up the victory. That is going to be 2 for MVP. And what a game it was for them. I thought NRG had that one locked up, but it is going to be MVP who thrive in the pressure.
And you could just tell on the pole there, they're holding those back bunkers, which is going to be a really tough angle to actually wrap around. But as soon as you saw exactly where that ring had gone, you saw they had barrels up. And really even more important than the pull was the positioning, because they knew that there were going to be 2 battles on that low ground. They knew they can easily take the third-party opportunity. And yeah, they played that perfectly. MVP puts another win on the board, and they were in 4th place before that game. They're going to be pretty happy with that one as we take a look at the highlights from our 7th game.
And this was another Western pull, more toward where you're seeing right now the runoff. It went like toward Airbase, Gauntlet, and then Octane's area too. What an insane game! Some rat plays. Love to see that. NRG. These are the moments here when Frexis like clutched up big time against this Einfold. That was the swoop in, by the way, from Amesis after they had the longest zip line ever manufactured by a Pathfinder up to that bubble, to the balloon. And they lived here this whole game. And there's the best moment of the match. Zara Tricky trying to blend on in, be like, hey guys, you
guys need a bubble?
You guys need a I can help you out.
You guys need a bubble? Didn't work out so well for him.
And then the final moments as MVP picked up the victory there. Just a dynamic conclusion to game number 7. MVP, the only team to win 2 games so far in the Americas finals. I believe in EMEA, Alliance won 3? If I'm correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you've seen, I don't know what that means as far as consistency. It just goes to show you that it truly is anyone's competition here in the Americas.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't wait to see where the points shake out. Of course, Rogue's going to be pretty happy with the amount of points that they did put on the board. But like you said, MVP going to be chomping at the bit. They're only down, by about 20 before that game. So they will be teed up for a pretty great game number 8.
Yeah, huge win for them. And we have our final matchup coming up for our first day of competition. 16 games total, 8 today, 8 tomorrow for the grand finals of all the regions that are currently taking place. So we're going to take a quick break. And then when we return, hopefully I will have better poetry material, or I might just end my early failed career. Thank you all so much for watching the GLL Masters Summer Grand Finals. We'll see you in just a little bit. It is the last match of the day here for the GLL Masters Summer Grand Finals for the Americas. Golden Boy and Bravo back again. And, like the only team to win 2 games in this competition thus far has been MVP. And although they have had a few moments of struggle, overall, they've managed to hold on to that top 4 position, and they've paid off. It's paid off. It's paid off at this point. You have to be very pleased with MVP if you're a fan of this squad with how they performed here today.
Yeah, whether you're on the squad or a fan of the MVP guys, which I know there are many, you have to be happy, especially because keep in mind our first 2 games, as we mentioned on Kings Canyon, they were really a squad of 2 for the large majority of the game. And as soon as we see them as a squad of 3 for the first time on Kings Canyon, they pull together a really clean victory in the end. So I love what I saw from them. Big stuff as well from, of course, NRG Rogue and a few others, which we'll see when we get to the scoreboard.
Yeah, that's right. We'll bring up the scoreboard here in a moment. Final matchup, though. That's it. I mean, for today, 16 games total. We have 8 today and 8 tomorrow. All the regions are doing the same thing. So it certainly has been a bit of a barn burner. Each and every matchup has brought us something new to talk about. with really just that last game, NRG's hold on Octane's area, like just owning that spot the whole time. Some great moments from aim assist, like everyone really pulling out all the stops, even new brainers who somehow Zeratricky managed to stay alive for so long and even get another team to question their own composition. It truly was just been a magical day of Apex Legends.
It's true. Question their own comp and question their own sanity there for a moment. Trying to, where the hell did this Gibby come from? That was right next to them in Gauntlet. That was sneaky. Some sneaky stuff. Let's take a look at the scoreboard from that last one just to see exactly where things kind of shook out in game number 7 itself.
Yeah, so MVP did pick up the victory, NRG in second place, and then Team Superior. So MVP and Superior continuing their success from the LCQs up, or I should say MVP, but Superior continuing their success from LCQ all the way into the finals here with a great showing. Wraith one tricks, good closeout for them, gaining them 11 points. And yeah, I mean, even though Sentinels and TSM were out earlier, hey, 2 points, 3 points is better than nothing, which unfortunately HRN Solafide, who were just out of there so quickly, and Unknown unfortunately got out of game 7. Here is the overall leaderboard though, and NRG have taken first place with 78 points total, 47 kills. I mean, these guys have just been gobbling up the KP. And then Rogue in second with 73, but it's such a close matchup. MVP are in the top 3 once again.
I mean, take a look at the kill disparity. NRG flies up the leaderboard, but they do it with 47 kills. Absolutely huge, more than 10 kills more than Rogue in second. Absolutely fragging out these guys. Frexus, Nathan, and Rocker are coming in with the 5th seed here, but showing that they are not going to be happy with top 5. They're looking for a whole lot more.
Indeed they are. Sentinels, unfortunately, still going to be hanging out at 20th place, 11 points, only 5 kills. I'm actually kind of stunned that they've been having such a hard time here. This team had 398 points in league play. The second place team in the Americas. TSM at 526. It was just destroying people. And it's just been a rough day for them. Smile as well. Another team coming in the top 10. Haven't really had the best of runs. 303 esports. It really has just been a struggle for a lot of these squads. Meanwhile, teams like New Brainers, Ziploc Bags, Solafide, Wraith One Tricks, right? Teams from the LCQ are really thriving here in the finals for day 1.
Absolutely, and it's like you and I talked about, that 10-point target is really where our top 3 actually is. After 7 games, it's 70 points for MVP in third. You have a few more for Rogue, and then you have NRG kind of outperforming that bar that was set by EMEA in terms of a baseline that we expect to see. And the question will be, are there going to be teams like NRG and Rogue that continue to outperform that? Who will continue to put up a higher than 10-point average? That will tell us a lot about kind of how we'll head into the first few games tomorrow. But as you said, GB, only one more game for the Americas this evening.
Yep, that's right. And the lobby will be starting up in a little bit. We just had to get all the players together and make sure everything was good to go. And then we're going to jump right into the action. It really has been a day of surprises for a lot of, I think us as fans of competitive Apex, but also for a lot of the teams here too, and the way that they're playing. It's no real shocker that MVP, a team that was in 9th, and they had a good run in league play. They had 298 points total. They've had a few successful events as well in the past. So they're no strangers to playing at a top level like this. I mean, Madness has been around forever now, right? Same thing for Pow Pow and Vaxlon. But I'm just stunned that we're seeing the top shake up so much like this.
We are, and I think that's kind of one of the great things about this tournament. Just in case you're joining us later, 16 games is the longest game set we've seen especially in Tier 1 Apex play. I want to say it's the longest set we've seen in competitive Apex, period, in about the game's 18-month or so history. So yeah. We're starting to see things that we haven't seen before. if you think about the longest previous tournaments, like we said, the finals of the preseason invitational in Poland, also it was a different format with a, a match point format. However, you're seeing a marathon between these teams, and after this day of 8, anything can happen tomorrow as well. But it's really cool endurance test, and I think we saw a lot in chat earlier, as well as on the competitive Apex subreddit, that here you have a true 16-game set, and I think it's the hardest test of teams so far. It's also the truest test in terms of who's going to pull ahead. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this day ends.
Yeah, if you can't figure out who is the ultimate winner from 16 games, then clearly there's a problem here.
And what's interesting is if these games GB have kind of told us anything, imagine if you were to very similarly repeat this, you'd have the top is still pretty close, right? It's only 5 points in between first and second, and 3 points in between second and third. It's very easy that these points could have shaken out so differently in terms of in terms of just the points economy and teams getting starved out for points. But it's been once again really balanced, and we've seen great games so far to give us a really tight scoreboard going into game number 8.
And what I'm wondering for tomorrow is, and you and I, we've been involved in a variety of different events in the past. You know that playing on Saturday is very different from playing on a Sunday.
Sure.
So can you keep that going, right? Because I'm sure for a lot of these teams, they're like, hey, dude, end this tournament right now. We'd really like to be able to get this win, but we still have 8 more games left to play, which means anything can change here in these standings.
It's true. Keep in mind, just until the last Super Regional, ALGS finals even themselves were 5-game series. So we've already played 2 more than the previous ALGS format, and now we're going into an 8th game for this evening. We thank you so much for joining us here for the GLL Masters Summer. It's been an awesome 7 games so far. We hope you've been enjoying, and now we're jumping in here with MVP on their final drop for the evening on Kings Canyon.
And the only team in the Americas to win 2 games so far, and they managed to do so in glorious fashion. It was a tight battle between them and NRG at the end of Game 7. Now we'll see where they opt to go, where that drop is going to be, and most importantly, where this next pull, where this initial ring is going to be located. While that's going on, actually, Ziploc bags are going to be in a fight right now. Gobble finds Mercy Only, and oh my goodness, can we just leave Mercy Only and this team alone? At some point, it hurts. It hurts to see the new brainers just struggling at the start of these games. Perhaps Zeratricky can pull off another miracle again with the rat plays. Does manage to get one down, though. That's Gobble who's out of the action, and will bring Mercy Only back into the fray.
Yeah, look at this here. A little bit of battles going down early at treatment, and we actually haven't seen this early action, so a possible change of a drop there in terms of this game, or maybe just a change in direction or attitude as well, as we'll see if Ziploc bags can stay alive here, able to get the banner, but not sure how they'll be able to play out of this.
Stomps with no shields will have to armor up here with the battery, and we'll manage to get that. Smart there. No coverage with the doorway. Going to go back up to his teammate. And an early engagement here at treatment is not something that you want in this 8th game. The clock continues to tick down. Mr. Hakulo, along with Mercy and Zeratricky, are banged up. Bravo. I mean, they have just no health here. They would have already been able to pop off some health, but it just ain't happening at this point in time.
Mr. Hakulo, just you saw him kind of fake the thermite, then he actually does is go ahead to decide to burn the door, but in the end, trying to get some angles on the rooftop is going to be tough, because take a look at this. Stomps with a nice little flank on the bottom staircase.
Yeah, and the only player there that actually had some shields lost it all. Mercy Only goes down once again. The new brainers are going to be in a bit of a pickle now. Mr. Hakulo looking to fight out of this one with the alternator. Zeratricky down low. They got to get back to each other, try and help one another out. Might be able to pick up Mercy Only, but I think as soon as that happens, they're going to get pounced on. So they have to be careful about this here, and he jumps in, and that is going to be a wrap. Ziploc bags get the kills, even though Stomps goes down. It was a bit of a hectic battle there at the start, but now we're going to see where this circle is pulling and where the next one is going to be going. We got a little bit more of a center map affair here toward Market Cage.
Absolutely. Look at that beacon pull as you're going to see pings already going down just outside of market to see exactly where this might shift. But pretty interesting what we've seen so far on Kings Canyon. This is sometimes just the way that things go. We did not head northeast once in this game, right? We have actually not seen capacitor, broken relay, rig on screen. And that sometimes that's just how the games go here in these 4 games on Kings Canyon. But now back once again here over to salvage on these back buildings, which is where we saw a lot of early game action, early to mid game action in game number 7 as well.
Oh, man, that team gets littered with bullets from Smile up above. They'll back away there. The Gibraltar ult is dropped. The barrage comes down. An angle inside of that window should give them a view into that. Maybe put some shots forward. Off screen, Solafide's Clarify is going to be out of the action. That actually will be HRN, if I'm correct. They got they got that down and kill.
Absolutely. Now going back, staying here with Smile, Scurry doing whatever he can to get a little bit of extra taps on that Evo. But now here's the HRN squad that you had just mentioned. We'll see exactly what they do here. But like I said, that early battle that we saw, a tough result. That's going to bring us our first loss down there at water treatment. The building's just to the northwest of water treatment, to be exact, but now at River Center, which is sure to be quite a well-traveled area in this game. And HRN, as you said, able to pick up those first downs.
Yeah, the reason why that will be a well-traveled area is because that circle is going toward destroyed bridges, and there's just a lot of terrain to cover. So many players are going to be up on the northern part of the map. Those poor souls did not get an opportunity to play in their area. They now have to make that massive rotation down low. But we'll see how these teams are going to react to this. Smile, they were in a fight just a moment ago. I don't know if they were able to snag themselves a few kills for that one. Doesn't appear to be the case, as they'll just wait this one out, loot up, and get what they need.
Yeah, I gotta say, if you're just joining us here, you're catching the last game, and we're glad to have you with us here. Match number 8 of 16 in the total grand finals. As GB and I said earlier, it's been great hanging out with you guys in Twitch chat all day, especially for EMEA, and we hope you've enjoyed these games here for the Americas. We certainly have. It's been awesome hanging out with you. If you're just joining us, NRG in first place with 78, Rogue with 73, and MVP in third with 70. That's your top 3.
Familiar names for a lot of fans of competitive Apex, for sure. Not a shocker there. Sentinels do have some targets. I think that was Clane. Yep, so Clane not long for this world. A kill will come in favor of the Sentinels, who are in the market with a lot of barrels to give them some protection, courtesy of that caustic.
Yeah, and they're also in the market for some points. As you said, in 20th place with 11. That is not something we generally associate with the Sentinel side. Keep in mind there is an equal number of games tomorrow. So if they're able to get a respectable performance in this game, it really should be kind of a refresher for them, not just on the scoreboard, but mentally, to come into tomorrow with a much different performance. We'll see what they could do. They already have that great positioning on market height. They're already watching the market choke that we did see other teams already pinging. We'll keep an eye on them, but it's also Liquid who's going to be setting up in the cage right now to see what they might be able to see. Keep in mind, if we look at the cage at a time like this, cage is very central, especially for this rotation. Teams that are coming in from swamps, anywhere from loading, capacitor, 2 spines, even a very kind of wide artillery route. The cage is going to be a great opportunity for the gatekeeping. And now we're also going to see Rogue, though, down low for just a moment. Now at runoff, it's going to be Solafide, who only has Pride and Clarify. They've lost Metro.
Yeah, Clarify did go down earlier, but I guess they were able to fight back and bring him into the fight once again. Circle is going to be closing in, and they will not be able to retrieve the banner for their fallen comrade. Over to destroy Cascades on the northern side. Perhaps their destination will find them at the Hillside Outpost. We'll see what they work with there. TPH, on the other hand, been a bit quiet throughout this day.
Yeah.
Haven't really talked about them all that much, Brav.
We really haven't. DPH is also in 18th. It's rough. It's been a rough day for the cryptos, if I'm honest. You've seen TSM once again in 14th and TPH in 18th. So we haven't gotten to see a lot of crypto play, period, let alone a lot of crypto pushes and kind of the way that those timing pushes work with that EMP. We have not been able to see that. We saw a tiny bit in Europe, Middle East, and Africa earlier today. If you caught those games, if you didn't, make sure you catch a little bit of the VOD, because there were some fantastic games, and we are set up for an amazing day 2 in EMEA. Golden Boy will definitely, and I will be in the chat with you to watch those games early tomorrow. They start right around, I believe, 6 p.m. Central European Standard Time or so. Keep an eye on the GLL social channels to get that exact time. But TSM now here, an opportunity once again for points redemption for them as well.
And they certainly need it. And I do want to say, though, it has been a blast for myself. I know I've actually been out of Apex commentary for a super long time, so it's nice to just get back here and cast some Apex with my buddy and just chat about the game with you all. Unfortunately, who isn't having a good time? Team Liquid, because Casper is down. Nocturnal is going to be beaten up. Nock is going to be down as well. And it's actually Rogue. Rogue were waiting in the wings there. I don't know if you noticed, Bravo. Yep. They were by that rock, just chilling for a very long time, waiting for that opportunity to strike. Snipe down does go down, and shots are actually coming in. The charge-up time for that phase could not have happened at a worse moment because Sweet lost all of the health. Sweet goes down. Drop's going to be the only one standing for this team. And while there are going to be some death boxes inside of this, you have Unknown. They're on the prowl. They're inside of the cage.
Yeah, that is a tough spot. And like you said, Unknown joins the party along with Rogue and Liquid. Rogue stood to lose a lot more than Liquid in that battle, and Liquid holds down very well. That's going to be Rogue out, dropped, unable to get away. And like you said, we saw Rogue kind of creeping along the low ground. One of the reasons I didn't mention it too much is because I did not think we were going to see Rogue fly up and into Liquid. We didn't see what kind of openers and opening damage they might have gotten that gave them the confidence to fly up, but in the end, Liquid punishes them, and then Unknown also starts to hold this ground as well. That's going to be our number 2 team exiting as our 3rd team to exit the game. That's an unfortunate for Rogue, because they're going to have to sit, watch the rest of Game 8 and kind of set their sights on day number 2.
Yeah, but they had a great day. It was a rough start in the beginning, Bravo. They ran the Rev Crypto combination. It just wasn't working for them. And then when they switched over to something that was more familiar, then that's when things started to click, and you really saw the strength of Rogue come in to full force. I'm most definitely looking forward to seeing what they put together tomorrow. Another team that I've enjoyed watching has been Solafide. Unfortunately, no one else seems to be enjoying them because they always seem to be the target every single time. And for some reason, they just get attacked and bullied early on. Pride inside of the pickup truck here, but the F450 ain't going to help you out. And that is Free Smoke, who have had a rough day, but a good closeout for the final matchup of day 1. Could be just what the doctor ordered.
It's a high-quality industrial-grade pickup bed there, but it's not going to hide you from the side of Free Smoke as they try to wrap around.
No matter what the salesman tells you. No matter what the salesman
do not believe it. But now, as we said, things still going quite central. It's going to be a very punishing. And we actually saw this ring earlier, pretty similar in EMEA. I believe it was either the LCQ where we saw teams kind of converge on this. And you're seeing it's a much slower rotation. If you compare this to something like what we saw at an area like Swamps, there's not a whole bunch of places to grab. So you're seeing an overall slower rotation through these chokes on the map.
Having that hard cover will be vital. So players looking to bully players out or bully their opponents out of whatever is available will be important. Maybe we'll get a few of those close encounters. NRG, mind you. Rocker and Frexus do not have the best of armor situations. Frexus will have that Evo, so thankfully we'll get that thing up to a blue, but we'll have to apply some more damage just to get it into an area where he's going to need it to be. And there goes the EMP drop. Now, kills are starting to come in here. Tech waiting on the outside. He does apply a few shots with the flatline. Panders is going to find one right below, and the Prowler shot from the hip is going to make Panders your new kill leader, but the action doesn't stop quite there yet. Panders gets another one, and look at the support that they got. TPH back into the conversation. Perhaps I spoke too fast, though. Tech is going to go down. Hollow's going to be in the fight, and Panders needs to bail on out of there. Another team is going to bite the dust. Free Smoke, you're out of here. Go and try another day, as well as NRG, another squad in the top. Actually, the number 1 team, as it currently stands, will not find success in the final game here of day 1.
Absolutely. You saw Max Dog, I believe, the 4th team to that party. They're going to go ahead and loot Tech's bin as well, and they're not going to go ahead and move back. So we got to see a tiny bit of crypto action, but in the end, it didn't pay off too well for Tech. They do grab a few KP, though, so they're going to be happy with that. Curious to see if they're going to try to get Tech back into this game. There's going to be limited opportunities to do so, of course, but there was a moment there for Panders where we saw a really great kind of bait and switch, peeking here along these concrete retaining walls.
Yeah.
Really great play from him. But now here's TSM on that timing push here in the ult.
Yeah, there they go. They're going to remove all of that safety. And Hal comes from the outside. Is no one looking at the windows? Stumps goes down. One player is going to be tucked away in the corner. Kicks it ahead. 1-2. He's Bruce Lee in that fool. And he manages to get the downs. And TSM will deny that team the safe haven of this room. Hal gets out of dodge there. We'll have to go back, but gets down right as I say that.
I mean, down in the last possible frame. You're going to be sure that Aberlele is watching that portal, sitting right on it, ready for that. But now we're finally seeing TSM and TSM form, right? They're playing that well. I agree with you. I'm very surprised that
no one was watching the window.
When you got a window that big, you got to make sure someone's looking out of it. You have to hope that Smile's going to behave a little bit differently in this house. But that's TSM finally starting to get into a little bit of their form. Like we've talked about, and like you've seen a lot of talk in the community, the comp that they have does require a very specific level of coordination. And then there are absolutely ways, and there are going to be plenty of openings in terms of timing to shut that down. But now back on board with the Wraith 1 tricks.
Panders, oh no, that is a rough going there for TPH. Brilliant plays from them with their Rev Crypto combination. It just ain't going to really work out for them. Also, more kills being registered here. I think they brought back their teammate. No, they didn't. They didn't. But either way, it doesn't matter. The kills are out.
Look at Hollow.
So Hollow's the last one for TPH trying to stay alive. Will grapple in there and might get to safety. Nah, not going to happen. Teen wraps him up there.
Absolutely. Now kill leader also for Teen, but now Saucer has to bubble down, gets it down fast there, and that's going to be a few cells that Saucer is going to try to get off. Can't tell exactly how many he's got just because of the crypto UI bug, but he's going to drop down here with it. Tries to get the med kit off, but now it's all to Teen.
Yeah, he's going to bring his buddy back into the fight. Unknown, though, have the information. They contain the critical info. Phase outs. He's waiting for the portal. Is he getting roasted? Oh, he gets out of there. Oh, we were going to have roasted Gibraltar, but he gets downed again. Oh, the humanity. He's fine. Put him out of his misery. Okay, they did. Oh, no, he's back in again. This man's a god.
Wraith 1 tricks. Not willing to give up here along with Sorcerer and Teen, just doing everything they can on the limited cover that they have. Just like that, we're down to our last 10 squads in our 8th game.
Wow. The fact that Sorcerer has had a really just thrilling last few minutes here. Rotating out, getting downed, the nade coming in, the panic bubble, downed again, burned. It's just been a wild ride. It's been rough, safe to say, but they'll be all right and try and hold this down for now.
As you can tell, as you can tell on the mini map, we still have the big move that we're looking for is how teams converge onto where, if you're still betting on it, and actually you still do see pings from TSM, which generally is a good indicator of exactly where that's going to go, just outside of that market choke. But now let's see what TSM can do here once again on the crypto rev push.
Oh, and they're going to put that right at the front door, and it was blocked, but they'll get inside. Players actually bailed out of there once I think they saw that drone coming, and they were not having any of those shenanigans. Smile. I love the use here of that gap because it's not going to be a full circle. It's just a dome, so you can use that gap to shoot down low, which will have coverage from up top, and then they can put pressure low. That was a smart play.
And let's see, like TSM is just going to reset just a little bit there, and it's good to see them getting here into past the mid game. And as we said, it's crazy to even say that because that is generally not even a conversation point in these tournaments. And Aberlele absolutely melted from range, and that's some good shots from Resulta out of his scout, and they're going to help him up, spend some meds they probably didn't want to spend, but now back over with the side of aim assist. And despite the fact that we have 10 squads left here, things are going to get really tricky real soon.
Oh, yeah, and tricky indeed because Resulta's going to go down. Designful's going to go into the fight. Will need to just drop down and reload his weapon, but the safe zone is not going to be working in his favor. Climb up there, man. Use your rock climbing training. Oh, no. The robot doesn't have the rock climbing training installed, and that's unfortunate. Now, though, TSM, they're going to find themselves in a bit of a similar situation here from what aim assists were in previously. They have just that one rock for cover. Madness gets the down on Hal. Smile on the high ground, and this is looking like another exit here for TSM. That is unfortunate, especially how they were able to just force people out of positions with that composition. But yes, it is confirmed. TSM, you're out of here. Now we're down to 7 squads remaining. Actually, another team just went down in that, so we'll have to update the team tracker now. Scurry does manage to force a player off of this high ground. Oof, was looking a little dicey there.
Yeah, interestingly, Fence the portal, it didn't seem like the Fence came out immediately, and I'm not even sure if the Wraith got stunned based on the Wraith's movement. I can't be sure, but Wraith TP's right back, and this is the area that we saw so many pings from these teams. This is where you want to be holding. Smile is going to be really happy with that. On the other side, it's going to be Shiny, Muffins, Protectful, the ones that are going to need to make that bigger move. Right here, holding the cave building, which is good for now, and they're able to also get that battle there as they take down both Saucer and Teen.
Yeah, no respect for the Wraith one tricks. They marched right on in there. The EVA, everything was out, and it was beautifully done. Now it's going to be Team Superior's turn to try and third-party this fight. Get as much KP as they can. 5 squads are going to be left standing here. Prodigy Aces, though, banged up. He has no one to protect him there. And Team Superior, they're dealing with another fight of their own. The circle's going to be closing in, but they're actually going to be gatekept from the outside. Oh, no, and Bubsy's out. Oh, that is just unfortunate. 4 squads remain.
That is unknown. You saw how right away you saw Matt Pickett in the kill feed also just staring down that exit to caves, knowing that he'd be able to gatekeep there just like that. Like you said, 4 squads left, and Unknown gets into a little bit of trouble, but TP does go down for Crummy towards that Smile building.
Yeah, and looking here, I got only 1 mini low. And there was definitely a moment of insanity there, but now there might be actually a little bit of a push. Things were getting rather intense rather quickly. Slowed down for just a moment, but now Smile, this is kind of what they had before in that last Kings Canyon game where they won and they held out inside of that room. They have a little bit more to work with here, but the problem is the other players are going to try and see if they can take control of this. Unknown now are going to be the ones inside, and they'll be able to own this building. The only hard cover within this circle, so the advantage is certainly going to be theirs. Phonyhead gets a kill onto Petty Boss. 2 squads remain, and that is it. I mean, they can just go on in and get these kills, and it will work out for them if they could just get the shots and land them. He got Beans on the outside. He's going to bust out the wingman here. Close range, but an Unknown. They will get the victory here, and what a closeout for them. It has been topsy-turvy all day for this squad that came from the LCQ, but a nice end for them. Match 8. A victory in the books.
Yeah, I know there are a lot of Matt Pickett fans and Unknown fans in the LCQ in the chat, so they'll be very happy to see what they were able to do. Unknown, also a team that was in 17th going into the 8th game. As soon, I think everyone agrees, as soon as you saw Shiny, Muffins, Protectful on the easternmost cave building, and they had that height and they had to make that big move with the ring closing, there is no doubt that when you saw Matt Pickett coming over that crest from the river, that they were going to pick up a lot of KP, and they did. I'm excited to see what their KP total is in the end, but back to the highlights here from our 8th game, GB.
Yeah, the start too was pretty insane. Ziploc Bags got into a fight early on. I believe that was against the No Brainers, who, you know, it has been rough for them.